Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, the topic for late debate is submitted by the honourable member for Halifax Needham. Is therefore be it resolved that the Liberal government is failing to address 43% of tenants in Nova Scotia who cannot afford their rent. That is topic of late debate coming today at the moment of interruption. We'll now move on with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you. I beg leave to present a petition with this operative clause. We, the undersigned, call on the provincial government of Nova Scotia to take meaningful action to address the health care crisis. It's signed by 303 people in various locations across the province, and I've signed my own name as well. Thank you.
Petition is tabled. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition with the operative clause being, we, the undersigned, call on the government of Nova Scotia to take immediate action to resolve the healthcare crisis. It is signed by a number of people from Dartmouth, and I have affixed my own name as per the rules of the House.
Petition is tabled. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition with the operative clause being, we, the undersigned citizens of Nova Scotia, call on the Nova Scotia government to stop the closure of Nova Scotia community hospitals. It is signed by numerous people in Cape Breton, and I have affixed my own name as per the rules of this House.
Petition is tabled. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition with the operative clause being, we, the undersigned, call on the government of Nova Scotia to take immediate action to resolve the healthcare crisis. It is signed by a number of people from Dartmouth, and I have affixed my own name as per the rules of this House.
Petition is tabled. We'll now move on to presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas the Clean 50 Award recognizes groups and people who have made the biggest contributions to sustainable development or clean capitalism in the past year. Whereas Shannon Harding, Director of Programs for the Clean Foundation, was recognized for her work to develop environmental education for students across the province from grade primary to university. And whereas the Ecology Action Centre was also recognized for its renovated office in the North End, Halifax, which cuts its energy usage in half while increasing size by 50%, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House recognize and congratulate Shannon Harding of the Clean Foundation and the Ecology Action Centre for this much-deserved award. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October is Learning Disabilities Awareness Month, which aims to raise awareness around the challenges faced by those with learning disabilities, and whereas this month is about reducing stigma around learning disabilities to allow people to get the supports they need to reach their full potential, and whereas Nova Scotia's Department of Education and our provincial government is working to develop an inclusive education policy framework and multi-tiered systems of support which will help students with learning disabilities realize that potential, therefore be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize October as Learning Disabilities Awareness Month and help raise awareness and reduce the stigma that surrounds learning disabilities. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the attention of members to the East Gallery, where I'd like to introduce two special guests who are both cancer survivors. Judy and Jim Edgar, please rise, and I ask the House to join me in giving our guests a warm welcome and extend our thanks for all the wonderful work that they do.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas breast cancer continues to be the most commonly diagnosed cancer, with 1 out of every 8 women in Nova Scotia developing it in her lifetime, and whereas important services like the Nova Scotia Breast Screening Program are vital to help improve early detection and diagnosis and increase the chances of successful treatment for many women, and whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Nova Scotia, a time to increase awareness, take action for breast health, and thank all our dedicated advocates for the important work they do. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House acknowledge October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and do what they can to support this important cause. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. But all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I make an introduction, please?
Permission granted.
If I could ask everyone to cast their eyes to the East Gallery, where I have a number of great people with me today who I'm very proud to introduce. So as I call your names, would you please rise? Jason McLean, President of the Nova Scotia General Employees Union, NSGEU, let me say it that way. Robin McLean, Executive Director of NSGEU. Darren McPhee, Secretary Treasurer. Sandra Mullen, First Vice President. Kim Jenkins, Second Vice President. Tammy Gillis, Third Vice President. Dee Dee Sly, Communications Officer. Steve Joy, President of CUPE. And Anna McIsaac, Executive Director of Nova Scotia Long-Term Disability Trust Fund. Martin E. Hirschkorn, I hope I said that right, Martin. Okay, and that's the QC Director, Public Prosecutions, the Province of Nova Scotia. Our Commissioner, Lori Lee Langley. And I've also have with us from the Office of Workplace Mental Health Employees, Carolyn Campbell, Director, Krista Boyd, Office Manager, Colleen Bobb, Navigator, Patricia Wall, Navigator, Francis Tufford, Statistical Research Specialist, Victoria, now I'm going to get this wrong, Victoria Schurek. Thank you. Teresa Williams, Nova Scotia Public Service Long-Term Disability Trust Fund. And Jackie Van Amberg, Communications. And Michelle McDonald, who's a navigator. If I'd have everyone in the House, please join me in welcoming all these people for the great work that they're doing.
The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I should move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Nova Scotia General Employees Union and the Public Service Commission announced today the official opening of the Office of Workplace Mental Health, and whereas it is important that the provincial government employees feel safe and valued when they come to work so that they can be comfortable in contributing their best ideas. Whereas the Office of Workplace and Mental Health will help create a positive culture of mental health and wellness, help navigate employees to the resources and services they need in the confidential manner, and help leaders and managers create a safe and supportive workplaces. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly please congratulate Jason McLean, President of the Nova Scotia General Employees Union, and Ms. Laura Lee Langley, Commissioner of the Public Service Commission, and their teams for their dedication to creating healthy and safe government workplaces in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Draw your attention to the East Gallery, where we're joined today by Mr. Mark Knox, QC. I would ask Mr. Knox to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mark Knox, QC, is an alumnus of the Schulich School of Law and a highly accomplished lawyer specializing in criminal, family, and civil litigation in Halifax and Granville Ferry, and whereas Mark has made immeasurable contributions to his community as a volunteer and driving force behind the 7th Step Society, an organization that helps repeat offenders change their behavior and attitudes using a basic self-help philosophy, and whereas Mark's compassion, energy, selflessness, and inspirational leadership was recently recognized and honored with the Weldon Award for Unselfish Public Service by his alma mater, Dalhousie University. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this legislature join me in congratulating Mark Knox, QC, on this prestigious award and for his continued advocacy and work to improve the lives of individuals within and outside of the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again ask for your leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Joining us today in the gallery, in the East Gallery again, are delegates who represented Nova Scotia at the 10th Annual African Governance Youth Conference in Ghana, West Africa in August. I ask them to rise as I call their names, please. Namdi Chekwe. Thank you. Naki Davis. I've said that wrong. I know I did. Sasha Howard Isaac. Mukesa Kikimbo. Samuel Provost Beno. Samantha Reed, Rashida Simons, Jade Tynes, Charisma Grace Walker, and Chavez Bain. I'd like to ask the House please to help me in congratulating these folks.
Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in August, 10 African Nova Scotian youth participated in the 10th Annual African Youth and Governance Conference in Ghana, West Africa, a leadership development initiative organized by the Youth Bridge Foundation designed to groom future leaders of African descent and create positive change in communities. And whereas our Nova Scotia delegation participated with over 80 other youth of African descent from more than 15 countries, including participating in a mock UN United Nations General Assembly, and they will present their findings to specific issues including health, education, youth leadership, and governance to legislators and policymakers here in Nova Scotia this fall. And whereas throughout the conference, the African Nova Scotian delegates were acknowledged for their outstanding leadership and were all called upon as collaborators, facilitators, and mediators for other delegates and received noteworthy praise from the Canadian High Commissioner of Ghana, the Youth Bridge Foundation Executive Director, NGOs, and Office of the President of the Diaspora Directorate. Therefore, please be it resolved. The members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the Nova Scotia Youth Delegation for representing our province in an outstanding manner and for their exemplary demonstration of leadership and at the 10th Annual African Youth Governance Conference. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice on passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Bill number 79, an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I beg
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Highways and Traffic Safety.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Highways and Traffic Safety.
Bill number 80, an act respecting highways and traffic safety.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the third Syrian refugee family welcomed to the town of Pictou by Communities Assisting Refugees. The organization is also known as Karen in partnership with the Pictou United Church. The Albarazi family, consisting of Faulkner, Beta, Rima, and Aya, fled Syria 8 years ago, escaping the crisis and civil war in their country. They had to leave behind their extended family, farmland, and their possessions. Beta was hired by the Canadian government to process refugee claims, and it helped lead to their family being introduced to Karen. The Albarazi family is excited to build their future in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I am so proud and grateful to Karen, the Pictou United Church, and the people of Pictou West for their hard work and for welcoming our newest neighbours and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, may I have big leave to make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I direct everyone's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by a number of guests who I'll ask to stand as I say their name. Jillian Mitz, Matthew Bond, Paulette Doyle, who are all members of Hand Up, about which I will read a member statement shortly, and Melody McLaughlin, who works in operations with Direction 180. I ask all members to give the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, Matthew Bond, Jillian Mitz, Paulette Doyle, and other volunteer members with the Halifax Area Network of Drug-Using Peoples, Hand Up, work tirelessly to improve the lives of people who use drugs through user-based peer support and education. Their advocacy efforts give people who use drugs an opportunity to have a say in the policy decisions that are made for them and about them. Members of Hand Up are working to promote harm reduction and end drug overdoses in our communities. Members of Hand Up believe that we can save lives by ending the stigmatization of people who use drugs. By advocating for supervised access and overdose prevention sites, more humane opioid use treatment plans, and better primary care for people who use drugs, Hand Up is making a lasting difference in the lives of many. Please join me in congratulating them on their crucial work. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make introductions.
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw the House's attention to the East Gallery, where my two constituency assistants are sitting. Sherry Wessel, who is my part-time staffer, stand up Sherry, and Ruth Walwyn, who is my full-time constituency assistant.
The Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, on August 3rd, my constituency assistant, Ruth Walwyn, and I sat down with Susan Beardsford, a pharmacist at the Kinburn Farmers Save in Mahone Bay, and received our naloxone training. The training took approximately 30 minutes. We were taught how to identify the signs of an overdose and how to properly administer the naloxone kit. The Take-Home Naloxone program is a partnership between the Government of Nova Scotia, the Health Authority, and the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia. This program removes barriers such as accessibility and costs for all Nova Scotians. As Susan Beresford, dispensary manager and pharmacist, said, these kits don't save lives sitting in drawers. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and the members of this House of Assembly please aid me in encouraging individuals who are in a position where they may need to respond to an opioid overdose to pick up a free kit at their local pharmacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart today that I inform the legislature as well as the residents of my district of the unexpected passing of a lifelong resident of Sackville, David Allen Grace, who passed on September 29th. Dave was a local business owner, a well-known real estate agent who was certainly a pillar of the Sackville community. He was the chair of the Sackville Civic Status Review Committee, a member of the Sackville-Beaverbank Advisory Board, a Scout leader, a commissioner for the Nova Scotia Boxing Commission, president of the Sackville's Chambers of Commerce, and a member of the Sackville Kinsman and K40 clubs. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this House as well as the residents of Sackville, I wish to extend my sympathies to Dave's wife, Sue, and his other members of his family. There will be a remembrance service this Friday, October the 5th at 1 o'clock at the Sackville Legion. Mr. Speaker, Dave will be missed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Researchers led by the University of Washington looked at the ocean area south of Newfoundland where the Gulf Stream and Labrador Current interact and discovered climate change is causing the deeper waters of the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the Scotia Shelf to become warmer and lose oxygen faster than almost anywhere else in the global oceans. Why? Carbon emissions, Mr. Speaker. Carbon emissions in the atmosphere. Large-scale circulation of the ocean is adjusting to global warming caused by greenhouse gas. They consider the deoxygenation of the ocean to be one of the big three threats to climate change, and we need to act on these changes. The oxygen decline has the potential to affect a variety of species in the Atlantic, including cod, snow crab, Greenland halibut. Mr. Speaker, this proves we need to keep working on preventing the greenhouse gas emissions and carbon emissions in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yarmouth on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to bring the House's attention to the East Gallery, where we're joined by a very distinguished guest, Dr. Gordon Porter with Inclusive Education Canada. Dr. Porter has agreed to take on a big challenge with our Department of Education, helping us with oversight, implementation, evaluation, and accountability in terms of our inclusive education report. And Dr. Porter also holds the Order of Canada. So I'd like the House to join me in welcoming Dr. Porter here.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an introduction? I have Valerie Mittledge, who is in the East Gallery. Valerie is, she's also the member from Halifax Amdale's niece. Valerie and her mother Diana are here, and I predict that this lovely young woman will one day receive the Nobel Prize, and I would like to read my member statement here. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize a young woman who has made incredible academic achievements. Valerie Mittledge received the highest average in history, English, chemistry, and French immersion in her senior year, and I was there present for that graduation. She also received the award for having an average of over 95% and was the recipient of the Dalhousie Medical Sciences Scholarship of $20,000. In her spare time, Valerie loves to give back. She is the Youth Events Coordinator at the Demand Association of Canada. Each year, Valerie participates in the Lebanese Cedar Festival while planning and supervising activities for the Church's religious education program. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that this House of Assembly join me in commending Valerie on combining academic excellence, volunteerism, and helping her community. Thank you, Valerie.
The honourable member for Colchester-Musqueam Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On many occasions, I have mentioned the sense of belonging and purpose evident in small communities across the province. At no time in this is this more evident than on the occasion of annual community celebrations. As an example, I cite the recent Brookfield homecoming festivities in my own constituency. In the space of 6 short days, members of the Brookfield community hosted numerous sports, musical and food events, historic tours, lectures, fellowship, garden and craft displays. Former residents returned home from Whitehorse, Florida, Winnipeg, Ontario and Alberta, and among the celebrated participants were Lindsay Burgess, Junior World Curling Champion, and former NHL's Zach Sill. These celebrations keep our community strong and are necessary to our province's well-being, and I salute the many organizers and participants who bring these events together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sydney's Harbour Low Point Lighthouse offers a memorable coastal experience for tourists and local residents. The lighthouse, built in 1938, is situated on a wide, grassy point with an adjacent beach. The Light Tower, an iconic landmark, is a recognized federal heritage building because of its historical associations and its architectural and environmental values. The Low Point Lighthouse, while still active, has been declared surplus under the Heritage Lighthouse Protection Act. Located on the historic and scenic colliery route, over 150,000 cruise ship passengers landing at the Port of Sydney are only a 20-minute drive from the Low Point Lighthouse. The Low Point Lighthouse Society has a vision for the lighthouse and the grounds that will make it a positive economic impact within our community. As a demonstration of the high level of community support, the lighthouse entered the National Trust's Lighthouse Matters online voting contest and won the grand prize of $75,000. The preservation of this lighthouse is imperative for culture and community alike.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be a national gold medalist is an outstanding achievement. Zach Walsh is a young apprentice from Cambridge, Nova Scotia, who has earned that distinction twice at the Skills Canada Nationals. He won gold both in 2017 and 2018 as part of Team Nova Scotia's refrigeration and AC team. As a result of these first-place finishes, Zach has been invited to Ottawa to train as a World Skills Team Canada prospect with the goal to represent Canada at the World Skills competition held in Russia in August of 2019. This prestigious event is held every 2 years and is the biggest vocational, educational, and skilled excellence event in the world. I invite all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Zach Walsh on his gold medal achievements and wish him continued success in competing in his chosen trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Douglas Wolfe, who has volunteered for the North Queens Fire Department for the amazingly long period of 65 years. Still active to this day, answering calls at all hours of the day and night, and working at the never-ending fundraising required to keep a Royal Volunteer Fire Department in operation. He has served as a past fire captain, witnessed the building of 3 fire stations, and seen numerous replacements of fire trucks. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in honouring Douglas Wolfe and thank him for his dedication and hard work in protecting the North Queens community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased on Monday to briefly attend, along with the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs, the Treaty Day celebration that happened just a few blocks away. As I arrived to park at Province House, I witnessed almost a parade of Mi'kmaq people in ribbon skirts and ribbon shirts making their way from Parade Square to the Marriott Harbourfront, a tremendous vision of resilience. As we begin Mi'kmaq History Month, I'm struck at how much I have to learn and how much we all can learn from the original inhabitants of this unceded land, including how to welcome new settlers and how to live from our environment without leaving it depleted for future generations. A phrase that has struck with me from the celebration of Treaty Day on Monday was, for me, to move forward, we first have to come together. Today and every day as a settler in Nova Scotia and a member of this House, I pledge to work towards making this so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, David Wynot, a member of the New Germany and Area Lions Club, is this year's recipient of the Melvin Jones Fellowship Award. Lions International recognizes outstanding individuals by honouring them with this nationwide award named for its founder. The Fellowship Award is the highest form of recognition a club can bestow on a member who generously gives of themselves and who follows the motto, "We serve." This award is not given out lightly or freely. David gives outstanding service to his club and community. He has a great sense of humour and a tender heart, and gives 100% of himself and does it because he cares. A fellow Lion said that David, quote, has a heart as big as all outdoors, end quote. He steps up to the plate and is always one of the first to say that he will help, and he commits. David volunteers an average of 3 to 4 days a week, sometimes as much as 30 hours. He contributes to running of the club, looks after the Lions train, and volunteers with the Apple Pie Project, catering, and the duck race, to name a few. Congratulations to David Wynot, well-deserving of this special honour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou East on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seated in the West Gallery today, we have my parents, Lloyd and Sharon Houston, both actually cancer survivors on this day. My father had a long career in the military. He's known to some members of this House as the commissioner at the Johnson Building, and my mother is making her first appearance at Province House today, so maybe they can receive the warm welcome of the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 120th anniversary of the Northside Downs in North Sydney. The track opened on July 1st, 1898, and recently a new agreement was struck this year by Harness Racing Cape Breton and the Federation of Agriculture to keep the track racing for the next 10 years. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all members of the House to join me every Saturday from May to November to enjoy an exciting afternoon of live racings at the Northside Downs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. June Bruce has been volunteering with the Bedford Legion for more than 13 years. She's been recognized for her efforts by twice being named Bedford's Legionnaire of the Year. She's received the President's Award, the Legion Executive Service Medal, the Silver Jubilee Medal, the Branch Service Medal, 4 certificates of appreciation, and in May, she was honored at the Bedford Volunteer Recognition Reception. June has served the Legion as its Treasurer, Bingo Assistant Chair, Sports Coordinator, and Member at Large. She's been especially busy promoting the Youth Dart program and has often served as their team manager, which has involved some road trips across Canada and the U.S. June always has a smiling face and a kind word for those who enter the Legion, and I'm sure that smiling face is a great welcome to the many children June has fostered over the years. She's a natural leader who is always willing to step up, to lend a hand to veterans or children in need of a family, and we're lucky that she's part of our Bedford family.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the Two Rivers Wildlife Park located in Huntington, Cape Breton, Richmond. This outstanding facility has over 500 acres and offers a unique experience to everyone from the avid nature lover to the casual observer year-round. These experiences include 50 species of native and non-native animals, a petting zoo, hiking and cross-country ski trails, sleigh and wagon rides, and much more. There are also 75 overnight campsites available within the park. The Two Rivers Wildlife Park is a former provincial park, and like many other locally run public facilities, needs our support to meet budget targets and necessary maintenance. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all Nova Scotians to visit and support this beautiful gem within our province and experience the adventure of a visit as I did this past summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make one more introduction, please?
Permission granted.
Thank you. If I can have the members' attention to the East Gallery, where I have a good community advocate and worker, Dorico Simons here. Thank you. Dorico.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Derico Simons holds an undergraduate degree in child and youth study and completed an MED in counseling at Acadia University and is currently completing the Canadian Certified Counselor certification. In 2017, Derico began an annual campaign called The Give Back to raise money for families across HRM who have difficulty in providing Christmas meal for their family. In 2 years, the campaign raised close to $5,000, provided meals to 40 families, and donated 65 kilograms of canned goods and $700 to Feed Nova Scotia. Derico received the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Century of Service Award in 2013, was accepted to the 21 Inc. 21 Leaders program in 2014, and received the Irving and Youth Pink Award for Youth Development and Social Justice in 2016. He co-founded Future Roots Halifax, a social enterprise employing young people from the ages of 13 to 17 in the North End. Derico has been working on and collaborating tirelessly in communities on housing, poverty, homelessness, employment, and education issues. Mr. Speaker, I would ask members of the House to join me in recognizing Derico Simons, who has inspired community members and young people to join him in his goals, and I wish him all the best in his future endeavors.
Just like to remind all the honourable members, the time limit for member statements is in fact 1 minute. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Colin Murphy and Jasper Wilkie of Amherst. These young men shared a birthday party together, and instead of receiving gifts, they asked for donations for the local animal shelter. Together, Colin and Jasper were able to donate $140 to the Lillian Animal Shelter in Amherst. These two boys recognized that it is indeed better to give than to receive. Their appreciation for what they already have is very commendable. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank these two boys for their willingness to give to those in need and commend them for their selfless generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tim McIntyre from Valley, Colchester North, has had a very successful softball career. In 1992, he won gold at the Junior Men's Canadian Championship and again in 1996 at the Senior Men's National Tournament. He also has 3 silver medals and a bronze at the national senior level. A pitcher and first baseman, McIntyre was chosen for the Senior Men's Canadian Championship All-Star team in 1995, 2000, and 2005. He also very successfully represented his country internationally, playing for Canada in 2002, 2003, 2005, and 2006. When Canada won gold at the Pan Am Games in 2003, his valuable contribution was to lead the team in RBIs. On Saturday, at Keith's Brewery in Halifax this past July, Tim McIntyre was named to Softball Nova Scotia's Hall of Fame, a well-deserved, prestigious honour for this outstanding athlete.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, the Westchester Volunteer Fire Department participated in the 150th anniversary of the Truro Fire Department. The Westchester Fire Department participated in the Walk a Mile in Our Boots Challenge and won first place. Members of the Westchester team included Noah Moore, Kendall McNutt, Justin Rushton, and Troy Moore, who I all have served with. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating all fire departments across this great province that are always ready to answer the call at any time, unselfish sacrifices that they have made for our province. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While U.S. senators try to squeeze themselves into pretzels to decide whether to believe a woman over a judge with respect to an alleged sexual assault, I was busy putting together a coalition of women to join me on Monday at the Truro Town Council to speak about the urgent need for a sexual assault nurse examiner in Truro and Colchester County. As survivors of sexual assault ourselves, we stressed the fact that survivors of sexual violence need someone with expertise to take proper care of them after an assault. Many thanks to the passionate women who presented with me, as I know it's not easy to speak in public about these issues. Tracy Dorrington Skinner, Margaret Major, Kendra McKinnon, and Linda McDonald. And thank you to the Truro Town Council for their unanimous support. The Minister of Health can expect a letter from the Council requesting a SANE immediately. It's so important to have women of all kinds and in various positions of power come together and work together to move human rights forward. Together, we can. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to welcome Coach Chris Stone on the new head coach to the Greenwood Dolphins Swim Club. Coach Stone officially took over the role, which was previously filled by interim head coach Sherry Deutsch. Coach Stone brings over 20 years of experience at the provincial and junior national level and has coached swimmers across the country in British Columbia, Alberta, and Nova Scotia. Graduate of Dalhousie University, Coach Stone has volunteered for the Dalhousie Tiger swimming program in addition to previously serving as the head coach of the Halifax Trojan Aquatic Club. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia, I would like to extend my best wishes to Chris Stone as the new head coach of the Greenwood Dolphins Swim Club and wish the staff and all swimmers the very best for a successful season this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to rise and congratulate the keen organizers and volunteers of the first Rubber Boot Expo in River John. It was a great success. Local resident Nick Bigney purchased River John Consolidated School to prevent this important community hub from being demolished. At first, plans were to convert the building into storage units, but after receiving an online comment with the idea of the Rubber Boot Expo, plans evolved. This expo allowed local vendors to showcase and sell their products, promote themselves, and meet with the public. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone involved in the expo and wish them success in the coming years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, Antigonish is known as the Highland heart of Nova Scotia. Scottish roots and tradition run deep in my constituency, and the Scottish pride is on display all over the community, especially in early July when the Antigonish Highland Games are taking place. The heavy events are often a big draw at any games, and Antigonish has been fortunate to have many heavyweight competitors over the years. Matt Doherty is one of them. Matt has been a competitor at national and international events with many wins to his record. His most recent accomplishment was placing first at the Maritime Heavyweight Championship that was held September 8th and 9th at the Colchester Highland Games and Gathering. Matt also secured his 5th Canadian Scottish Athletics Federation Championship in July. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my fellow members in the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Matt on his continued success competing in heavyweight competitions.
Yes or no?
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to recognize the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Lions Club and especially their Kitchen Renewal Committee. For over a year and a half, this committee was headed by Lion Darlene Hiltz. Through the Lions Club Bingo and all the other events that the Lions Club does, the Lions Club raised much-needed funds for this huge renovation. Darlene and her team also worked to secure a $10,000 grant from the Department of Communities, Culture and Heritage. And without all of their efforts, this project would not have been able to go forward. The kitchen has been completely renovated. It's been made accessible for those with disabilities as well as seniors. And it is going to make a complete difference for our whole community who use this hall for any number of events. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking Darlene Hiltz and the Lions Club Kitchen Renewal Committee for providing a fully accessible kitchen for our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't think that one of the most common food products would lead to a winning science fair project. But for Autumn Hukhorst, a grade 11 student at Hants East Rural High, growing up on a dairy farm gave her the inclination to investigate the ability milk might have to improve water quality. Her winning entry at the science competition at St. Mary's University in May proved that a protein in milk combined with chlorine can do just that. The pH in water is improved with this process, allowing water from streams, ponds, and brooks to be more suitable for human consumption. This is a significant discovery given the inadequate and unsafe drinking water sources that many people are dealing with around the globe. I'd like to offer Autumn Hukhorst our sincere admiration and congratulations and best wishes for her future successes. And we commend the dedicated teachers who inspired and encouraged her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colchester, which recently sponsored a week-long Kids and Cops program. Kids and Cops is designed to promote trust and respect between youth and law enforcement, and to give the kids a better understanding of what police do in our communities. Through a partnership with Truro Police Services, the participants learn about all aspects of police work, including drug awareness, fingerprinting, helmet and bike safety, handling of tracking dogs, cyberbullying, safe internet usage, and responsible social media practices. Too often, children are conditioned to have a negative impression of law enforcement. This program, under the guidance of Mary Sampson, program coordinator with Big Brothers Big Sisters, helps to dispel these beliefs and reinforce the positive aspects of policing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Donald Outhouse on the recent publication of his book, Stories of the Past from Long Island, Briar Island, and Digby Neck. Born in Tiverton in 1941, he spent his youth on the island and worked in the local fishing industry before becoming a fishery inspection officer in 1960. After retiring, he published 2 walking tours of Tiverton, one in 1992, the other in 2008. Between the 2 walking tours, he wrote his first book, Glimpses of the Past from Long and Briar Islands, in which he used only part of his research he had done. Prompted by friends to write a second book and having many unpublished stories in his files, he decided with his daughters' and granddaughters' help to write a second book. It includes stories about the sea and people's memories of lives in their villages. There's the one about the first car in Freeport, Dr. Bishop's Mackay pen, which was manufactured in Kentville. As time goes by, these stories are fading from our collective memory, and it is important to record them before they are forgotten. And I'd like to thank Donald Outhouse for that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Thomas Cushing, who has volunteered for the North Queens Fire Department for the amazingly long period of 65 years. Still active to this day, answering calls at all hours of the day and night and working at the never-ending fundraising required to keep a Royal Volunteer Fire Department operation. He has served as a past fire chief, witnessed the building of 3 fire stations and seen numerous replacement of fire trucks. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in honouring Thomas Cushing and thank him for his dedication and hard work in protecting the North Queens community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Vanessa Dort of Cooks Cove and the under-14 girls team for bringing home gold at the 2018 Baseball Atlantic Championship held in Newfoundland on September 9th. Vanessa pitches and plays center field for the team, and with a 10-5 win for Nova Scotia, she clearly knows how to lean into the pressure that comes with those key positions. Mr. Speaker, Vanessa credits teamwork as the reason for the championship win and hopes that she will be able to continue to play with the same girls on the Nova Scotia under-16 team as they have become like family. I think that speaks volume about Mrs. Dort's character, and with humility and team spirit like that, I'm sure she'll go very far. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to salute 2 community business owners, Bobby McDonald of McDonald's Backhoe and Trucking and Paul Jabley of Apollo Masonry. The duo recently stepped up to help their community after the Lakeside Cemetery was vandalized. 3 brick pillars at the entrance were torn down and heavily damaged. The graveyard was established in 1876 and is close to 10,000 graves. With a yearly budget of $70,000, repairs would mean other areas of the graveyard would be neglected. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank those 2 community contractors who volunteered to repair the damage and remind us of what community spirit is all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, every autumn in Armdale, the community gathers at Bethany United Church for their much-anticipated fall fair. I've had the pleasure of stopping by for a number of years, and I'm excited that Saturday, October 13th, will mark the church's 15th year hosting the fair. Organizers have been putting the fair together since June, and this year promises to have great fun and finds for everyone. Plans include a barbecue and chowder lunch, a silent auction, pumpkin painting, crafts, as well as a flea market, boutiques for Halloween items, Christmas fairs, furniture, toys, jewelry, and much, much more. I want to thank co-chairs Sherry Wilson, Sue Bolton, and Margie Gee, as well as drop-off coordinator Karen Hatcher for their work organizing this year's fair. I'm looking forward to stopping by Bethany United next weekend and encourage all to come join in the fun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Port Hawkesbury Cayleys return for their 23rd season at the Port Hawkesbury Civic Centre. Mr. Speaker, the Port Hawkesbury Cayleys serve as a wonderful gathering for local Celtic enthusiasts and attract visitors from all over the world. Some of the performers this year are Cyril McPhee, Michael Hall, Darren McDonald, Adam Young, Pat Lamey, Heather Richards, Haley Lafort, and Rita Rankin. The Port Hawkesbury Cayleys will wrap up on October 2nd with a pre-Celtic Colours concert featuring Troy McGillivray, Shelley Campbell, Alan Dewar, Mary Jane Lamon, Sabra McGillivray, and the Celtic Touch Dancers. Sponsored by the Strait Area Waterfront Development Society, the Cayleys were organized and presented by community volunteers with proceeds supporting Leaside Transition House in Port Hawkesbury. Mr. Speaker, I would like to send my congratulations to the organizers of the Port Hawkesbury Cayleys on another very successful 23rd season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize an individual from my community, a true leader, somebody who has had a positive impact on countless youth and Haligonians' lives for the better part of 3.5 decades. Mr. Speaker, Al Driscoll, the General Manager of the Halifax Forum, is retiring December 31st after 34 years on the job. Al has not only been a fixture at the Forum, but also a fixture in many people's lives right across Halifax. Al has always been there for advice, to help out our local athletes, and to be a friend and confidant. Thank you, Al, for your many years of work, but more importantly, for always supporting our youth and our communities. December 31st may be your last day employed at the Halifax Forum, but I guarantee we will still see Al walking up and down the hall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Amherst Fire Chief Greg Jones, who has become one of only 74 fire chiefs in Canada to obtain the Executive Chief Fire Officer designation, and this year one of only 6 chief officers across the country to be awarded this. Chief Jones joined the Amherst Fire Department on January 1st, 2000 as a frontline firefighter, a position he held until 2009 when he was promoted to lieutenant as leader of safety and support team. He became fire chief in April 14th, 2014. And please join me, Mr. Speaker, in congratulating Chief Jones and thanking all firefighters for their services across this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank Fall River Guardian Pharmacy and the owner, Sean Grimm and Mike Wyman, for their inside look at how pharmacists operates. Pharmacists can now assess and write prescriptions for 31 ailments, as well as a number of immunizations, renewal prescriptions, and provide thorough medication reviews. Community members trust and rely on our local pharmacies and part of their overall health services. Thanks to Sean and Mike for taking the time in Take Your MLA to Work Day and for the informative tour and presentations of the services they provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for those member statements. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question's for the Premier. Yesterday, we were reminded that last year only 17% of government departments had completed a fraud assessment. That works out to be 3 in 18 departments, according to the Auditor General's numbers. Now we find out that a year later, only 1 whole department has completed its fraud assessment. This is despite Executive Council agreeing that, and I quote, government departments and organizations should continually address weakness and risks to the province in the critical areas outlined. End of quote, and I can table that. Is the Premier satisfied that one department a year shows sufficient effort to address weaknesses and risks?
The Honourable Premier.
No.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
So I guess we would like to know what's going to be done about that, but it's, rather shocking that included among the departments without a risk assessment in the Department of Internal Services. Internal Services is responsible for much of the province's procurement. Now, we all had to complete, as we all know in this chamber, we had to complete a fraud training assessment, and we had to prove it. It's odd that the department responsible for procurement wouldn't be on top of this fraud assessment. So can the Premier explain why Internal Services hasn't completed its risk assessment?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, they're in the process of completing that.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last spring we were given a very clear picture of how well the Department of Internal Services deals with its risks. Every Auditor General report has recommendations and responses. Last year's report was examined by the Public Accounts Committee, and it didn't seem to prompt government to be any more diligent on following its own promises. So you can see why, Mr. Speaker, we're less than enthused about the new Public Accounts Committee. So given the province's inaction on its own promise to address weaknesses and risks, why should Nova Scotians trust anything this government tells the Auditor General?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member would know, the Auditor General is independent from government, Mr. Speaker. It's the Auditor General actually who reviews what government does. It's the Auditor General who tells Nova Scotians when he sees there's weaknesses. It's up to government to respond to the request from the Auditor General. We're doing so. I would encourage the honourable member to show respect for the Auditor General and her party to do the same when the Auditor General is before the committee. Leo. I would encourage them to show respect for the independence of the Auditor General and take their opportunity they have before the Committee of PAC and ask them those very questions, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General will be very clear to continue to say what concerns him about the direction of our government.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
According to family members quoted in a news report yesterday, which I'll table, reporting incidents of nursing home abuse in Nova Scotia is, these are their words, like talking to a wall. The source of the frustration here is the practice that complaints that don't lead to a formal investigation, and this is the majority of complaints, that these complaints do not receive any written response at all. Can the Premier explain why the government has continued the practice that there's no written follow-up to a majority of nursing home abuse complaints?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is an ongoing conversation between the complainant and the family and those who are reviewing it, Mr. Speaker. It is a verbal conversation that's happening. Some of those do end up being investigated by outside agencies, Mr. Speaker. Those ones will continue, but I also want to say to the honourable member, as he knows, there's an independent committee looking at the whole issue of long-term care, the structure of it, what are the changes that we can make to continue to ensure that we provide the supports for our loved ones and quite frankly, answer the questions that their families may have.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, but the difficulty is that administrative procedure regarding nursing home abuse complaints is not within the terms of reference of the expert panel. So I want to return to the difficulty that in order for a family whose nursing home complaint has not led to a formal investigation to be able to find out why this is so, they have to file at the moment a formal Freedom of Information request. And it's not hard to understand why people in that situation would feel that their complaint had not been respected and that something was being hidden from them. So will the Premier establish a practice in nursing homes whereby every complaint of an abusive situation in a nursing home receives a formal response and is not behind the wall of FOIPOP?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I do want to commit to him that if it is not in the what has come back from the expert panel, I will give him my word that I will look at this situation and find out why we are not writing directly to families of residents of ours, and do what we can to ensure that we do that as much as possible.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
I appreciate this answer, and I respect it, and I think it reflects an understanding that at some basic level, something somewhere here isn't as it ought to be. And so I want to ask the Premier, finally, if he wouldn't agree that the present general climate of unopenness about nursing homes is contributing to a lack of public confidence in our overall health care system.
The Honourable Premier.
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't share the issue of the lack of confidence in the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. There are day in and day out Nova Scotians who are accessing many parts of our healthcare system who talk to me about the great service they're receiving, whether it's in primary care, long-term care, or other aspects of delivering care. But I do want to go back to what was the genesis of his original question, that when a family is concerned about their loved one in long-term care, that the issue of a written communication back to them is an important question, one that if it is not in that report, Mr. Speaker, I will endeavour to ensure that whenever that is possible, that we will do that and correct that issue.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General noted in his fall report how the Nova Scotia Health Authority is playing fast and loose with hard-earned Nova Scotia tax dollars when it comes to hospitality for top-level officials. I raised the issue of a constituent on income assistance who had to travel 4 times by taxi at a cost of $30 each way to the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. See, Mr. Speaker, she's without a family doctor and the Northside General Emergency was closed. To put it into perspective, that senior executive dinner for just 5 people cost taxpayers over $300, which accounts for almost half the money she receives in income assistance. So my question to Minister of Health is, does he believe it's okay for the NSA to spend Nova Scotia tax dollars on fancy dinners for his executive when the Nova Scotians are struggling to access the services they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. Indeed, the Auditor General identified some concerns with hospitality events and in some areas, he recognized that there needed to be improved controls and policies around when and how these types of events take place. The executive within the Health Authority took those recommendations seriously. They've updated their policies, Mr. Speaker, and I believe they brought them to the board at their last meeting earlier this month, and those policies have been updated and approved.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, the government likes to pat itself on the back and roars from the high heavens at how they are the most accountable government the province has ever seen. But, Mr. Speaker, talk is cheap. I'll remind the minister, we have over 100,000 Nova Scotians without a family doctor. We have ambulances parked 14 deep at Nova Scotia emergency departments. We have emergency rooms closed completely. It's great the NSHA has updated their policies after the AG highlighted the close to $10,000 he spent on hospitality. But it's not good enough, and Nova Scotians deserve better. So my question is, the minister, how can the minister sleep at night knowing that while his department is responsible for lavish soirees, Nova Scotians from across the province are being denied the health care they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, we as a government have been working with our partners at the health authorities, both at the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK. We've worked with our partners in Doctors Nova Scotia to listen to what their concerns and priorities were on behalf of their members, what we could do to improve recruitment and retention. One of the main areas that they focused on in the last year, Mr. Speaker, has been around compensation. We entered into an agreement to change the compensation model for an area that Nova Scotians share, which is the area of primary care, Mr. Speaker. How to get comprehensive primary care as well as increase attachment rates of Nova Scotians to primary care providers. We invested almost $40 million, Mr. Speaker, to move those initiatives forward.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment. Next week, we'll find out if the minister is going to approve tire burning in Nova Scotia. It will be a good opportunity for Nova Scotians to judge whether the environment really is the minister's primary concern, as she often repeats. Mr. Speaker, this project is being sold as green because it will reduce emissions at the Lafarge plant. But as experts point out, the project will also increase greenhouse gas emissions overall in aggregate mining. The minister assures us that all her decisions are based on science, So I just want to ask, before the minister makes her decision, will she be calculating the overall impact on provincial greenhouse gas emissions?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, and thank the honourable member for that question. As she's noted, my first concern is the environment of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, Lafarge does have an environmental assessment approval for one-year pilot to test the program. There will be coming forward in the next days their approval for an industrial approval. The decision will be made by December 9th.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've asked the minister before when it comes to glyphosate spraying if she can make the decision, and she says her staff makes these decisions. So if the minister is going to actually approve this project, the public's money will be subsidizing Lafarge. Nova Scotians will be paying for the burning, not for tire recycling. And recyclers have told us that if these tires were not being burned, they could be recycled. Recycling means they store their carbon and toxins instead of releasing them into the atmosphere. Recycling means that tires can replace other non-recycled products in ways that reduce overall emissions. So, Mr. Speaker, burning is not recycling. So I have a very, very basic question for the minister. Can she simply agree that recycling tires is better for the environment than burning them?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank the member for that question as well. You know, whenever there's an environmental assessment done, that means exactly that. There's an extensive scientific information, everything science and evidence-based, to show what the effects will be on the environment. The decision has not yet been made on industrial approval. That will be made again by October 9th.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
For the Minister of Service, Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, in previous sessions, my colleagues have asked questions on the new driver's license cards for Nova Scotians. The cards are produced in Ontario, which has led to some additional turnaround time, and they're supposed to have features that enhance security. But according to a lecture given by a senior investigator at the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, the photos taken for these cards are being compiled into a facial recognition database. Are these photos being kept in a facial recognition database?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. That's certainly part of the new identification cards, driver's license, are around facial recognition to beef up security. I don't know if there's a facial recognition database or if there's any component of that's being compiled anywhere, but I'd be happy to get that answer for the House and for the member. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the province is getting a better product for less money, is there a catch? According to that same lecture, the current privacy legislation in Nova Scotia doesn't set any rules around what can be done with this data. It doesn't stop it from being shared or sold. What safeguards are in place to ensure that this facial recognition database will be used for driver's licenses and driver's licenses only?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. I would note for the House, this is a procurement that was done with the Atlantic provinces, so it certainly isn't just Nova Scotia. It's our sister provinces as well that entered into this procurement. Again, from a security perspective, obviously there'll be upheld the standards that are required to the highest level of security. Clearly, we have no vested interest in collecting the facial identities or facial recognition information on any Nova Scotian or any citizen. We're doing this for good reasons, for good purposes. We want to protect the security of our citizens, Mr. Speaker, not jeopardize it. Thanks.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Last week, the Ontario government reassured future government-run cannabis stores that their customers and their privacy is top priority, and I'll table that story. Like Nova Scotians, Ontarians have expressed concerns that their personal data will be stored in the United States or be vulnerable to be hacked. In 2018, Cannabis report by Deloitte ranked privacy and data security among the top demands of Canadian cannabis consumers. Ontario, though, has guaranteed any data collected at Ontario cannabis stores that it will be only stored in Ontario. Can the minister make the same guarantee here in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation continues to develop their platform, Mr. Speaker. My understanding, if there is any data retained, it will all be stored within Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are all too familiar with this prospect of our personal information being hacked, as we've witnessed in the last year. Cannabis will be legal in just 14 days. And Ontario and other provinces have been very clear that online buyers will not be required to create an online account profile. Ontario buyers specifically will be required to show identification when the order is delivered, but no copy will be made. Ontario consumers know that all information will be deleted after a very short period of time. So with the legalization such a short time away and this government's spotty history with personal information, why hasn't the minister made the same kind of assurances that Ontario government has for users in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague would know from past discussions, both in this House and outside this House, that we have taken our time to ensure that the foundation of this legislation is grounded in good public policy and advice from those who had past experience in the retail of cannabis. I want to assure my colleague that with the delivery of this service, the online platform, number one, we will respect the rights of those individuals who consume and purchase through online. But, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my first response, any of the data, if there is data retained, would be stored within Canada.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My question today is for the Minister responsible for the Nova Scotia Gaming Commission. On Monday, we learned that the NSGC Corporation paid witnesses to appear before Law Amendments Committee to support a proposed changes to the voluntary self-exclusion program. In response to questions yesterday, both the Premier and the Minister made it clear that they were not in support of the decision and that the NSGC should find the cost for those witnesses within their own operations. Mr. Speaker, I accept that the Minister and the Premier agree that this is wrong, but the remedy here seems somewhat incomplete. Every dollar of profit that the NSGC makes is turned over to general revenues of the province. The money has been spent and will not be flowing back to the province. Does the Minister agree that this is just a question of moving money around and that Nova Scotians will never see these dollars? And can she tell me how this is not a shell game?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member indicated, both the Premier and I responded yesterday to say that the practice of bringing expert witnesses into the law amendments. It was an honourable decision. I commend the Gaming Corp for bringing those folks here. We do not support that their expenses were paid, and we've indicated that, both of us yesterday and to the media. And in fact, I did indicate to the media and all others that I had directed my deputy to work with those at the Gaming Corp to ensure that any of those dollars came out of their operating budget, not out of revenue that would come back to the province.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly wouldn't use the words honourable decision when talking about this, but if I can continue, I'm curious to know, according to the business plan of the NSGC for 2018 and 19, the only expenses that are actually listed there are responsible gambling programs and commitments to community programs. In order to cover these costs within their budget, which the Minister has stated something is going to have to be cut, how will the Minister ensure that the responsible gambling initiatives and the community programs that are listed will not be affected by the requirement for the NSGC to find the costs for the witnesses within their own budget?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said here many times on the floor of the House, that one of the things that we want to make sure, and we take every step to ensure, that there are programs available for those who may be experiencing some challenges within their own playing practices, within their own gaming practices. We will continue to make sure that those programs are funded, and none of those expenses that we're talking about yesterday will come out of any community program.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. The Halifax Sexual Health Centre depends on physician contributions to help keep the clinic running. The departure of 5 family doctors from the centre has created a funding shortfall. Tests for blood-borne infections like HIV, syphilis, and Hep C and B are now offered just 1 day a week instead of 3, and the centre's executive director says they'll only be able to offer testing to 1/3 of the regular clients this year. Mr. Speaker, what is the minister doing to ensure that Nova Scotians can get the preventative sexual health care that they need?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member raising the question. As I understand it, the circumstances, as the member noted, at this clinic site have changed throughout the year this year. That's a situation that they've recently brought forward in their discussions within the Health Authority and the department. But indeed, I'd like to advise the member that we do support this clinic over $100,000 per year. In addition, as part of our broader commitment to agencies in this area, we do provide a pool of funding as well that supports other clinics, including this one and some others. So we do invest to provide supports in this area across the province.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, sexually transmitted infections are ramping up in Nova Scotia. Confirmed cases of HIV doubled this summer, and the rates for gonorrhea are on track to be the highest they've been in 5 years. Anonymous testing provided by the Halifax Sexual Health Clinic helps to keep infection rates down, but the funding crunch the clinic faces could undermine that preventative work. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to provide the Halifax Sexual Health Centre with the funding it needs to get this testing back on track?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. You know, as the member noted, there are some data coming in that shows that there are some shifts in behaviours and blood-borne and sexually transmitted infections that are growing not just in this province but in other jurisdictions. The member referenced specifically HIV, so I am pleased that earlier this year we moved forward to introduce the PrEP treatment, Mr. Speaker, as part of our programming. So again, Mr. Speaker, we're taking the concerns in this area very seriously, and we're continuing our investments.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. Income assistance recipients at times receive a letter via mail indicating any decisions made on their case. A notice of ineligibility, for example. The letter also informs the recipient of their right to appeal said decision within 30 days of the recipient getting the letter. Caseworkers have no way of knowing when a recipient received the letter in the post and therefore goes by the date that the letter was written. Since the letter is mailed, this reduces the actual appeal period the recipient has. So will the minister look at removing the ambiguity of the various notices of decisions by implementing the need to clarify, to clearly state the actual appeals decision deadline date, which also considers the transition period for the letter to be sent by mail?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We do not only send out letters, we also do try to reach out by phone, Mr. Speaker. So I do want to be clear that that if the honourable member has any cases that he has dealt with in recent times where someone has not had the opportunity to appeal in a timely manner, he can always bring that to our department and we can look at that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you very much. The same letter also informs recipients of a pamphlet called How to Appeal Decisions About Assistance. These pamphlets are noted to be available in the local offices. If recipients choose to make appeals but are unfamiliar with the process, they either have to figure out how to get it physically or request a pamphlet to be mailed to them. Both these options take time. So would the minister look at eliminating this potential barrier to appeal by ensuring that the How to Appeal Decisions About Assistance information pamphlet be always mailed with the letter of the notice?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
That is indeed a good suggestion. I'll be happy to look into it for the member.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment. We all know that the deadline is looming to cease using Boat Harbour for Northern Pulp's effluent. It's less than 16 months away, which means in 16 months, constituents in Pictou County will be expecting the project to start. The cleanup requires a Class 2 environmental assessment, which itself requires 275 days, which is more than half of the days left before the deadline. Can the minister confirm whether an application has been received to begin the Class 2 assessment of the Boat Harbour cleanup?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for that question. No, I can't confirm. I don't believe that it has been received at this point.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Don't believe. It's troubling, Mr. Speaker. It's troubling because this is probably our biggest environmental mess in Nova Scotia right now. The cleanup from the effluent requires a Class 2 assessment. That is because there's so many chemicals such as dioxins, mercury, furans, etc., etc. But the new process that's supposed to remove all these chemicals only requires a Class 1. Now, I know there is a lot of wording around what is a new project and what is a modification to an existing project. So my question is, if cleaning up the effluent is a Class 2, then how can cleaning the effluent be only considered a Class 1?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as the honourable member pointed out, there is a discrepancy between Class 2 and Class 1. Very clear with Boat Harbour, with the effluent plant, that it would be Class 1. These are actually water treatment plants, which is something that's done in many municipalities in different ways. Even though it's treating the effluent, it still would fall under the Class 1. You know, I can't say enough about the Boat Harbour cleanup. I actually stood on the harbors, on the shores of Boat Harbour with Chief Andrea Paul and witnessed the tragedy that has happened there. So all of us in government are very concerned about Harbour, about the cleanup, and we're looking forward to have seen that all cleaned up. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is also for the Minister of the Environment. I share the Minister's concern and excitement over the cleanup of Boat Harbour. I wish the Minister would share our concern over the treatment of the new effluent. It's well within the Minister's power. The Minister chooses to hide behind words. The treatment of the cleanup is a Class 2, but the assessment for the new effluent treatment plant is only a Class 1. Class 2 after the fact and Class 1 before. It doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Speaker, and I think we need to understand that when this House resumes, it'll be less than a year away. And when we come back in the spring, this will all be less than a year away. The Minister doesn't believe an application has been received for the Boat Harbour cleanup. I'd like to ask the Minister, does she know if an application has been yet to be received for the new effluent treatment plant?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the opposition member says, you know, the application now has not yet come in. We have not received an application yet from Northern Pulp for the treatment plant or for the environmental assessment.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Mr. Speaker, no application yet for the cleanup of Boat Harbour. No application yet for the new treatment effluent plant. Time is ticking. We've seen how this government performs when they go to execute on major projects. We don't have to think very long back to the rollout of the pre-primary. We don't have to think very far back to the way this government handled the FOIPOP breach. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. Mr. Speaker, there's no room for sloppiness with the Northumberland Strait. There's no room for sloppiness with the new effluent treatment plant. I'd like to ask, does the minister have any contingency plan if the new effluent treatment plant is not ready by the self-imposed date of this government?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I kind of have to wonder at the comments coming from the minister, from the member opposite. You know, we can't proceed with an environmental assessment till we have an application. Now, maybe in another government and another day, they would choose to do that. But this government's going to wait until they.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
He doesn't like to follow process.
My department will wait until they receive the application before we make a determination, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Rural municipalities are on the front lines of challenges facing Nova Scotia, from more severe storms and rising sea levels to aging infrastructure and depopulation. Meeting these challenges takes resources, and the cost of services municipalities provide keeps growing. But the transfers municipalities receive from the province have not increased, and the province continues to take $1 out of every 5 of property tax that municipalities collect, forcing municipalities to make difficult decisions that they shouldn't have to make. So my question for the minister is, when can municipalities expect to see more resources from the province?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this comes back to something we've heard a lot about in the House over the last year, at least since spring anyway, around the equalization formula that currently exists. We're committed to reviewing that along with our municipal partners and seeing whether or not there'll be a new formula, Mr. Speaker, that may indeed put more funds into some of those more rural municipalities that are indeed experiencing some of these challenges. And Mr. Speaker, we're also working on something called municipal modernization, where we're having regional cooperation to also help offset some of the costs as we move forward and work together and partner where we can to meet some of the challenges that lie before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, we have indeed been hearing about equalization and about municipal modernization, but I'm wondering in which modern era we are actually going to see that the rubber hit the road here. The Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities has described the situation municipal leaders are facing in Nova Scotia as managing decline. The economic indicators that the Premier is so proud of don't speak to the experience in much of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, municipalities are frustrated that this government has no clear regional vision for economic development, and instead they're left to compete against each other for investment and development dollars. So when will municipalities have a new framework to collaborate and share resources instead of competing?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess perhaps the honourable member has missed earlier this week. We had law amendments around Windsor and West Hants as an example. 2 municipalities in this province are moving forward together in a positive way, which will grow economic development, Mr. Speaker, in this province. And we've got others lined up that are interested in talking about the same thing, Mr. Speaker. With regards to other money that's going in and other funds, each and every municipality has the opportunity to receive grants, which we put a lot of those out in a variety of different forms, Mr. Speaker. All of that information is public and available online, should the honourable member choose to have a look. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Question for the Minister of Justice. Convicted pedophile Fenwick McIntosh is back in Canada. It was not clear whether Nepal released McIntosh or if he was being transferred under the Transfer of Offenders Act. Mr. Speaker, did our government fly him home? Where is he now? Will Canada require him to serve the remainder of his sentence, or is he a free man in Canada as he's always been?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The individual that my colleague has referred to has been released by a nation, Mr. Speaker, consistent with international requirements. We respect those requirements, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where this individual is at the present time.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence, nor the people who have suffered at that man's hands. Mr. Speaker, there will be young boys at risk wherever McIntosh decides to live. That's what happened in Nepal. After 17 years of delays in our justice system, passport errors, and other mistakes, the court process in Nova Scotia deemed that McIntosh would have a low risk to reoffend. Then he proved once again that he's a serial pedophile. Why does the government continue to fumble justice for Fenwick McIntosh and the tens and possibly hundreds of boys he has sexually assaulted over his lifetime?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague would know, Mr. Speaker, that the province of Nova Scotia and this nation had nothing to do with the release of Mr. McIntosh from the country where he was detained. I have full confidence, Mr. Speaker, in our law enforcement community and the intelligence community of Interpol. I'm confident, Mr. Speaker, that the work they do and the interest they have, specifically within our province, will continue to provide the protection to Nova Scotians that we would expect them to.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Business. I rise today in a matter of great concern for many residents in Spring Hill. We have recently learned that Laurentide Paint Recycling will be moving its operations from Spring Hill to New Brunswick. This will ultimately end in 16 jobs in a small town lost or moved to the New Brunswick area. This kind of uncertainty is destabilizing to everyone, and many are looking to the province for assistance. Is the Minister aware of these pending job losses at Laurentide, and what might this department be able to do to support the economy in this area?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. In fact, the member did bring this to my attention, and he did talk about the concern not only for the specific 16 individuals, their families, and those in indirect jobs that would be connected to this operation, but obviously for the stability of the region. Mr. Speaker, the sad reality with the private sector is sometimes we have the fortunate opportunities where we gain jobs and gain enterprise, and then the unfortunate sad times where we lose them, Mr. Speaker, for a number of reasons. So to the member, if there's anything we can do from a department perspective, if he would like me to meet with the officials and the company to see if there's anything we can do from our tools inside of NSBI or the Department of Business, I'd certainly be happy to do so.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
I thank the Minister for that response, and it leads into my next question. 16 jobs seem not like a lot for the whole province, but for this small town it's significant. A once proud mining town struggling now to find long-term industry. The residents are still proud, but wary as the community starts to disparate. If an agreeable time can be met, obviously we would like to invite you to come to Spring Hill and sit down and meet with this business. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member's point about 16 jobs and being one business, that's what the economy is built on now. It's no longer that large-scale operation. It's 16 jobs at a time, Mr. Speaker, and it's the spin-offs that come with that, and again, the enterprise, the entrepreneurship, and the innovation that comes from operations of that size. So I'd certainly be happy to work with the member on a time, and we can have that meeting sooner than later. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people in the Lordways area in my constituency have been patiently waiting for improvements to the Chapel Cove Road. This road, like so many in Cape Breton, has been unsightly and dangerous to motorists for many, many years. And now, despite some improvements from the department, collapsed and blocked culverts are not being replaced in the process of new ditching. It doesn't take an engineer, Mr. Speaker, to know that a new ditch is only as good if it has the water has somewhere to go. Constituents are now worried as well about well damage and related problems from the water flow. Can the minister explain how his department can pave and ditch but forget to write into the scope of the project to replace ancient, and I know the minister loves that word, ancient collapsed culverts?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. I will undertake to look into that situation and see if that can be repaired. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, it concerns me and those in Lordways that maintenance work on the Chapel Cove Road could end up costing everyone more in the long run because of cutting corners. It also causes me to wonder whether other local maintenance, like, say, the Lennox Passage Bridge, repairs promised by next summer could have similar issues. I'm sure the minister will agree that a job worth doing is worth doing correctly, not to mention on budget. What confidence does the minister have that the same corners fares cut on Chapel Cove Road won't be cut on the Lennox Passage Bridge.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise today and compliment the over 2,200 workers that we have across the province who do an exemplary job, an absolutely exemplary job of dispersing and dispatching the budgets that we give them to get the job done. They do a fabulous job. Their heart is in what they do. They're trying to do at all times the best job that they can, and particularly the workers that are in the area that the member represents. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Community Services. The department has made changes to allow income assistance recipients to keep more of what they earn if they work. Those who are fortunate enough to have long-term employment are eligible for EI. If they're laid off and receive benefits they've paid into, this money is clawed back at 100%. Mr. Speaker, will the minister change the policy to treat EI benefits the same as employment earnings?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
The honourable member for the question. This gives me an opportunity to talk about some of the changes that we've made at Community Services in recent months, including, but not limited to, the changes to the wage exemption, Mr. Speaker. What that does, Mr. Speaker, is allow people to keep more of the money they earn. The amount that your income assistance is reduced is at a lower rate, Mr. Speaker. I have not looked into this particular issue at this time, but I would be happy to take a look. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know I would be very pleased if the minister would take a look and get back to us as soon as possible, because there's many people that change could affect in a positive way, especially given that their rates are so low in general. Mr. Speaker, some ESIA recipients may also be eligible for severance payments when they lose their jobs. This type of payment is meant to compensate for weeks or months of lost work. The department deducts these amounts from IA payments. Mr. Speaker, will the minister change the policy to allow IA recipients to spread out their severance payments over the weeks and months the payment is meant to compensate for?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
As the honourable member would know, we have in fact doubled the amount of allowable assets in recent years so that people can keep more of that kind of money, as she references. And again, I'm happy to look into this EI question for her.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week the Auditor General's financial report cast some caution on this government's plan for rural internet development. In the chapter on financial audit work results, AG Michael Pickup highlighted $238 million allocated to the Nova Scotia Internet Funding Trust over the past 2 fiscal years. The AG notes that trusts are not reported in provincial financial statements. I will table that document, Mr. Speaker. Surely any reasonable government would want to make sure all those trust dollars are accountable to taxpayers. My question for the minister, with this sizable piece of infrastructure placed in an independent trust, will it report any administrative or compensation expenses to Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for the question. We certainly want to abide by all the recommendations and the suggestions from the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. I think we've made that very clear this week with respect to our direction on public accounts. I think that with the Internet Trust, the purpose of that structure is exactly for that reason. I do have a meeting upcoming with the Auditor General, and I'll be happy to bring that forward. We're going to fully disclose every single dollar that's spent under the Internet Trust.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for that response. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians from one end of this province to the other deserve reliable, high-speed internet. But it needs a process by which it is rolled out to be transparent. The process this government has decided upon: expand a Crown corporation to administer money from an off-book trust through private sector partners. That's an awful lot of layers, Mr. Speaker, and it's an awful lot of money that any reasonable government would want to expose to some sunlight. Will the minister arrange for the Auditor General to conduct regular performance and financial audits of the Nova Scotia Internet Funding Trust?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. We're about to embark on an injection of funds for broadband, $193 million, unprecedented for any province or territory in this country, Mr. Speaker. we want to establish and provide all the sunlight that we can on these expenditures to make sure that not only we're getting it right, we're maximizing every dollar and we're providing internet service to all Nova Scotians. So yes, we will.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In July of 2015, the government released a review of the 2006 Continuing Care Strategy. And one of the last sentences of the review said, quote, "These findings, together with the continued engagement of key stakeholders, will then inform the development of our 5-year continuing care strategy set for release in 2017. Well, Mr. Speaker, 2017 has come and gone, but we've yet to see a new continuing care strategy. And we all know that Nova Scotia has one of the oldest populations in the country. In the next 5 years, it is estimated that 22% of our population will be over the age of 65. So it's not time to drag our feet on continuing care planning. So my question to the Minister of Health is, will the minister admit that he is letting seniors and their families down by promising a continuing care strategy that he has failed to deliver?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, we've done anything but drag our feet. Mr. Speaker, we've listened to Nova Scotians. We've recognized that many Nova Scotians wanting to stay at home, but recognizing that they could, as long as they can, but recognizing that they could only stay there if they had the appropriate supports in place. That's why we've increased investments over the last number of years in our home care support programs to provide those opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that within our long-term care population and services that there are concerns about quality of care, and we're looking to a panel of experts to provide us with recommendations on how we can further improve the delivery of those services to residents of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I still can't believe how many questions we got answered and asked today if we don't ask questions to the Minister of Health. It's painfully obvious that this government doesn't have a plan for continuing care. All too frequently, ambulances are lined up at regional hospitals because there are no beds. Many of those beds are occupied by Nova Scotians waiting for placement in a long-term care facility. This government's inaction is causing a problem that impacts, of course, the whole system. Will the minister commit today to delivering a continuing care strategy before the end of this session?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I'm pleased to report to the House, Mr. Speaker, and the member opposite who raised the question, that in fact what we have seen under this government's leadership is a reduction in the number of people in our hospital system waiting to access long-term care, Mr. Speaker. We've seen a reduction not just of the number of people waiting in their hospitals to access long-term care, but those who are waiting in our hospitals to access long-term care, Mr. Speaker, are waiting for shorter periods of time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Minister Delory, will you please attend the meeting?
Order, please. I'd like to remind the honourable member not to refer to members opposite by their proper name. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Will the honourable minister please attend the meeting on October 14th in New Waterford? I sincerely plead with you to come.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, the concerns being raised by her community, we're certainly well aware of. The member has brought them to the floor of the legislature, as well as our colleague in North Side Westmount. Mr. Speaker, we understand the concerns of the people in the communities of Cape Breton, but I assure the member that we have as our first priority the care and the health care needs of their community and their citizens, Mr. Speaker, indeed for all of Cape Breton. That's why we're investing in new primary health care centres, Mr. Speaker. We're expanding our long-term care services. We're expanding our emergency room services, Mr. Speaker. So we're doing all of these things on behalf of those residents.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, and finally, I will ask, will the honourable member please attend the meeting and listen to the concerns of the constituents in Cape Breton Centre and Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, in terms of, as we announced back in June, when we advised the communities and all Nova Scotians what the plans are for moving forward, the investment in new infrastructure, we identified that the next stage, Mr. Speaker, which has begun, is the functional planning. We have representatives out there, Mr. Speaker, engaging with frontline healthcare workers to identify exactly how these investments are best distributed to achieve the care needed in these communities.
Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can you call Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act?
We'll now call Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act, be read a second time.
The motion is...
Mr. Speaker, I am extremely honoured today to stand here to speak about Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act. Shortly after I was elected, a lovely and determined lady named Judy Edgar and her husband Jim came into my office. They were pulling together multiple levels of government on all sides of the aisle to bring together her dream of a cancer survivors park in the HRM. It was during our first meetings that I wondered if there was a Cancer Survivors Day that we could celebrate in this park. Indeed, there is a National Survivors Day in Canada for cancer survivors. It was and is held on the first Sunday of June each year. In fact, there have been celebrations of this day in the early 2000s in Metro. So the idea that I had was to raise awareness of this day once again in Nova Scotia. Around the world, there are over 18 million new cases of cancer every year, and sadly, over 9.5 million people die every year from this disease. Unfortunately, in Canada, that death rate is much lower. But, Mr. Speaker, that means that over half of all of those diagnosed with cancer do survive. Mr. Speaker, I have worked as a health professional in hospitals and communities with people suffering from catastrophic illness and injury. But, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that strikes more fear in the hearts of Nova Scotians than one word, and that word is cancer. I was only 25 years old when I received a call from my father, John Hare, we called him Jack, who at the age of 60 told me that the pain that he'd had in his abdomen for a few days that derailed a trip he was taking with my mother a few days earlier was in fact leukemia. I flew home and I begged his oncologist to do a bone marrow transplant. I'd sign up right away. And his oncologist looked at me sadly and said, "It's too late. There isn't anything we can do." A few weeks later, on April 30th, 1988, my father passed away. Nothing in this world has ever been the same since that day. We take some comfort from the fact that my dad, who was an accountant, who worked for the Minister of Health as the head of the MSI department, died on Income Tax Day. Perhaps he went home when God was waiting for him. But, Mr. Speaker, there are over 40% of Nova Scotians who will have cancer at some point in their life, which means that everyone in this House knows someone who has had cancer and knows someone who they have lost to cancer. Mr. Speaker, in 1 week a few years ago, my mother and a cousin were both diagnosed with skin cancer, and my uncle Alan Hutchinson was diagnosed with lung cancer. The three of them in 1 week. Sadly, we lost my Uncle Alan to his lung cancer shortly after diagnosis. My mother, Marjorie Hare, and my cousin went on a very different journey with their cancer. I lost my mother-in-law, also called Barbara Ann Adams, to ovarian cancer over 20 years ago. I currently have three very dear friends whose world was rocked by the diagnosis of breast cancer. They are breast cancer survivors at various stages in their journey. They have been to this house. Janet Landry, who I met at the age of 12, who educated me on how to be a good person, who gave me my future career and my destiny working with those who were disabilities. She's on her journey right now. Good friends Rhonda Vickers and Ginny Eisen are further down the road, and I thank God and I celebrate that they are cancer survivors. I celebrate it every day. But Mr. Speaker, there are babies with cancer, children, mothers, grandparents, friends and co-workers who are all dealing with this condition now. We celebrate their lives every day, and we continue to celebrate the lives of those we have lost. Those of us who are family members and friends of those with cancer are also survivors, and we would like to have a day that honors all of us. There are people who have buried a parent who want a place to go to celebrate together. When I worked in Ontario on the Stroke Survivor Unit, and it was called the Stroke Survivor Unit, I was immediately struck by the fact that the day after anyone had a stroke, members from the Stroke Survivor Club came in to visit them the second day they were admitted to hospital, and they said, "We are here because we have been on this journey with you. We know what it's like, we know how hard it's going to be, and we are here to offer you comfort and, more importantly, hope." And one of the things that you lose is the hope for a long, healthy life when you receive a diagnosis of cancer. So those stroke survivors were there to offer hope and comfort and guidance. Well, Mr. Speaker, Cancer Survivors Day will be an opportunity across this province to encourage people to speak about the condition that they had, to speak about family members and friends that they have lost to this condition, and to unite everybody in celebrating the advances in research, to support research, to make sure that there are more of us who are on the Cancer Survivors Day celebration. Mr. Speaker, I'm so grateful to Judy Edgar for coming up with the idea for Cancer Survivors Park in Dartmouth. And I know that the municipality is working with her on this, and I know they have a meeting even tomorrow night, and I encourage them to move this along, because we don't just want one Cancer Survivors Park, we want one in every community. Mr. Speaker, when I go to my father's gravesite, I celebrate his life. But if we have a Cancer Survivors Park, I can go there and celebrate all of those who've been on this journey, both family members, friends, children, and mothers. Mr. Speaker, I am so grateful that this House has given me this opportunity to introduce this bill, and grateful to my caucus for bringing it forward on a day like today. And I'm grateful to the government for being willing to speak on it today, as well as the other members of the opposition. So I just want to say thank you to everyone today for bringing this forward and for speaking about it, and I look forward to the comments from the other members of the legislature. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here today to speak on this private member's bill that the member from Cole Harbour Eastern Passage has put forward. She's absolutely right. I think every single person in here has a story of survivors and also loved ones they lost. And today I want to talk about two individuals, one being Ruby Campagne. Ruby was born in Springdale, Newfoundland. A flaming redhead is what they called her. She had the reddest hair you've ever seen. She moved to Nova Scotia in her early 20s, and she met a young man from Quebec who actually resembled Burt Reynolds quite a bit. If you've seen his pictures from when he was younger, he looked identical to Burt Reynolds. They quickly fell in love and decided to move to Nova Scotia to raise a family. Ruby was full of energy, and over the next 40 years, she dedicated her life to children in care and youth at risk. I spoke to an individual who had just recently retired from the Department of Community Services, and she was well known as a foster home where she would take in children long-term, but also for emergencies. So children that were removed from situations that needed a place to stay, children that needed 24, 48 hours a week, her place was the place to go. I'm proud to say that I was one of those children that lived there and was able to call her mom. There was a lot of lessons learned in that house, a lot of lessons around acceptance, diversity, culture. We get together, Eve, my foster father, my father, he throws this barbecue every summer. He just started this tradition. And he invites all the children who were now all adults that have ever gone through that house to attend the barbecue, to catch up, to bring their children, and some of them their grandchildren. And he does this every summer. And thank goodness he has a large piece of property, because the place is packed with people that have gone through that house, that was shown love and care and acceptance in a time they needed it the most. Ruby wasn't just a foster parent and a parent to her own 2 children. She was also a long-term care worker. She spent the majority of her professional life working with the elderly and helping the sick. Aside from her professional life, Ruby was also somebody that people in the community knew that they could rely on for help. Ruby bought furniture for individuals who needed it. She paid rent and mortgage payments for people that needed it. She would load up her minivan with groceries and drop them off to kids that lived in her home that were now moved out, individuals that she had heard in the community that were down on their luck a little bit and needed a little bit of assistance. She was always there to help. She also, besides the great lessons of love and acceptance that she taught us, you know, it's funny, I was thinking about this earlier today, and sometimes I get a bit emotional, and sometimes I can have a bit of a temper, but I blame that on her, because the flaming redhead in her. She taught us to stand up for herself and never back down. She loved the outdoors. One of the things that I'll always remember about her is she would take these kids that had not seen love, some of them their entire life, and we'd go to the cottage in the summer. She'd let us be kids. We'd be free. We'd have fun. And she just showed us that it was okay to be a child. It was okay to kind of put all that stuff behind you and just, you know, feel accepted. I'm wrapping it up. I just wanted to say that she was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2001, 2002. It was a very public battle that she decided to be open about. She opted for a double mastectomy. She spoke to cancer survivors. And over the next year, the energy, you could see the energy being sapped out of her. Cancer took her physically, but it never took her mentally. I just wanted to say that I applaud the member for bringing this forward. We've all been touched by this horrible disease, and I am proud to stand here today to talk about Ruby, a deeply religious lady who truly was an angel. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this bill before us today, and to the member from Halifax Atlantic for speaking to it. And I'm an honor to speak to it today. My daughter just ran her second Terry Fox run earlier this week, and when we were encouraging her to go and get pledges for the run and encouraging her to actually do the run because she doesn't love running. You know, it brought to our table at dinner a conversation about cancer and what it was and who had cancer, and we were unfortunately able to say very quickly, well, we know a lot of people who have had cancer and who have cancer, some who have died from it and some who are living very well having had it. And it was easy for us to name several people. And so I just want to talk about a couple of the survivors of cancer in my own family, and I'm going to take big breaths so I don't start crying. My children have two aunts, Auntie Tanya and Tante Natalie, who are survivors of cancer, and two grandfathers who currently live very well with prostate cancer. So I consider them survivors because they are living full lives with cancer right now. My Auntie Jerry, my mom's sister, is a survivor 3 times of malignant melanoma, and my cousin Neil had childhood leukemia and into his young adulthood, and now lives a healthy life. I want to tell you a little bit about my sister, Tanya LeBlanc, sister-in-law, who was diagnosed in the early 90s with nodular sclerosing Hodgkin's lymphoma, shortly after she met my brother and when she came into our lives. At that time, I remember her treatments being scary, terrifying. She had to have surgeries, and we were all rallying, of course, and praying for her recovery. She's been cancer-free since 1994, and when I was living with my brother and his now wife, Tanya, in Vancouver, we had a party to mark her and my cousin Neil, the aforementioned, a party to mark their 5-year cancer-free date. It was very exciting. It was a great party, and we were celebrating, truly celebrating their struggles and their lives. But Tanya, I'll just read you a little bit of what Tanya has said about her own survival of cancer. She said to me that she was happy to be alive and eternally grateful to the amazing team of the Nova Scotia Cancer Centre. She said it gave her an optimistic outlook on life, having gone through cancer at the young age of 22 and in the final year of her university degree. It gave her an attitude of cautious joie de vivre, as she calls it, which led her on a path to marrying my brother, the love of her life, and to the birth of their 3 beautiful children. And that for all of the time I've known her, she has lived with this cautious joie de vivre. She has now encountered some serious health issues connected to her radiation treatments that she received when she was 22, and has had cardiac issues and has had to receive a valve replacement. And so she lives daily now with the effects of her cancer. So to me, she is a true survivor. I think she lives that every single day of her life, especially now that she now again is living with the effects of her first illness. We don't know. If we've never had the experience of a diagnosis of cancer in our own bodies, we can only observe it in other people, and we can't understand the fear, the physical illness itself, obviously, pain and the actual sickness, but the fear around what it means to have cancer and what it means to be a survivor even. Will it come back? I remember my aunt talking about the 3rd time she encountered her malignancy. She was convinced this was it, and this was it for her. And I mean, that was like 25 years ago, I think now. So, so I just want to thank the member from Eastern Passage for bringing this to us, because anyone who has experienced that kind of fear and that illness is a hero, and we may not be able to know what someone has gone through when we encounter them on a daily basis, and so it is important for us to recognize that we should offer a day. We should obviously be honoring our survivors every day, but to reserve a day that people can be honored, celebrated, lifted up as being strong, healthy fighters. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I look forward to hopefully to having this bill passed. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to rise this afternoon and say a few words on Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day. Permission to make an introduction first, Mr. Speaker. I noticed my sister has joined us in the gallery as well, so Leanne Houston, thank you for joining us today. If you can receive them. I'm so proud of my colleague for bringing this bill forward and the caucus for speaking to it today in Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We are truly all touched by cancer in our lives. My mother is a breast cancer survivor. My father is a survivor of adenoid cancer. My mother-in-law has leukemia, and my father-in-law is a survivor of prostate cancer. And everyone in this chamber will have similar stories. And it would not surprise me, Mr. Speaker, if somebody in this chamber is a personal survivor of cancer. It is just around us everywhere we go. And I remember very clearly as a young teenager, my parents gathering my sister and myself, my brother together to inform us that my mother had breast cancer. And there's a feeling of hopelessness when you hear that in your family. I mean, I remember going outside and being on the porch and just a little bit of time for myself. My father came out and put his arm around him and said, "It'll be all right." And he was right. But there's a battle and a struggle in between those two things, Mr. Speaker. And we all have our ways of grieving and remembering those that we have lost to cancer. When I think about the impact that cancer has on families, everyone in the family becomes a cancer survivor in one way or another. Every single person touched by that life is surviving the impact of cancer. I could not have known all those years before, 35 years ago, when I had that discussion with my father on the porch, that 35 years later, we would be gathered around a hospital bed with my brother as he ended his battle with cancer. A very short, powerful battle with cancer. And I remember looking around that room, my mom, my sister, my father, my wife, my nephews and niece, and knowing the impact that that day would have on us forever. Cancer creates holes in lives. It creates holes in lives that can never be filled. So my colleague is right to bring this before us today so we can celebrate those small victories in the face of cancer. And we should have a time when people recognize those that have beaten the disease and beaten the odds in many cases. There's not a day that goes by that we don't remember somebody who impacted our lives. And there's certainly not a day that goes by that I don't think of my brother and his courageous fight. Because when he arrived at the hospital, we could not have known the diagnosis that he was about to receive. And it was just weeks later that he left us. My brother knew that was the reality that he was facing. I did not. I did not, and it still is something that I find very surreal. A big, strong person like my brother, and watching cancer take him from us so quickly and so swiftly. And I always talk about my brother was always a bouncer in the bars all through for many, many years. And then he became a customs agent at the airport. And he took great pride in his job at the airport as a customs agent, where he described himself as a bouncer for Canada. And he was a bouncer for Canada. And his colleagues his colleagues took the situation very hard as well. They renamed the interrogation hall at the airport, and I hope none of the members here ever have the opportunity to enter that hall. But if you do, you will be in Houston Hall, which was where my brother made a name for himself in the Canada Customs Agency, with a number of very significant arrests and discoveries. He made a number even just in the past year that would have been kind of career makers. He's very good at his job. But we can remember what was before, and we will remember what's going forward in front of us. And this bill, in some small measure, in many ways, will help us remember. And that's why it's a good piece of legislation. And I think I know that the members in this chamber right now are remembering stories of their own loved ones that were successful and that lost their battle. And I encourage them to continue to do that. So I'm pleased to have had an opportunity to speak to this bill, and I was honored to hear my colleagues speaking to this bill as well. And it's great that my mother and my sister just happened to make their first appearance at Province House today for this occasion as well, because I think you might be about to witness something unique happen in this chamber in terms of a bill from the opposition, and I hope you do. But with those few words, I would ask the members just to remember those that have been impacted by cancer, and I thank my colleague for bringing this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I must say that the stories we've heard so far today are very heartwarming, and the fact that we all know how much cancer affects so many people. And on Sunday past, I had the opportunity to attend a walk for a young boy by the name of Caleb. And Caleb was 3 years old when cancer took him. And his parents decided to take that experience and make sure that their son was remembered. They make sure that people understand that this disease doesn't worry about age. It has no favorites. So Nicole and Mike decided that they were going to stand up and celebrate the fact that their son had 3 great years. But they also decided, Mr. Speaker, that they were going to leave a legacy so the people would know what can happen to a family. And they set about a journey of awareness to the community. A young family with 4 other children who decided that their son's death was not for naught. So as a result of that, there's been a number of fundraisers and items that have happened, and Caleb's Superhero Walk had its 4th Sunday just passed. And at that, there were literally hundreds of people showed up to show their support, but also because they too were affected in some way by cancer. But here's the unique thing about Nicole and Mike. They have raised enough funds that they've actually have a room now in the cancer center at home, in the palliative care center. And it's done up as a superhero because Caleb's was known as a little superhero. His grandfather called him his superhero. So there's this room in palliative care that's done up in the superhero decorations. So when other young children who are fighting the same fight go there, They're in a different atmosphere and a comfort level. Just recently, I was asked by a company in Port Hawkesbury, Scotia Terminals, to do an auction. They did an auction and they did a golf tournament, and all the proceeds from that affair went towards Caleb's Courage. Because now they're building an endowment fund, a fund to help other children who maybe succumb to cancer, whose families need help as they move forward. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, they have raised over $200,000 through the courage and conviction of a mom and dad who lost a very, very special person in their life. The recognition that has been put forward for Cancer Day by my colleague is one that I'm sure each and every Nova Scotian will appreciate and will take time to reflect on someone who they know who has been affected by cancer in one way or another. My mother-in-law is a 27-year survivor of breast cancer. And every day, we're so thankful for that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased that the House has given my colleague the opportunity to bring this bill forward, and I look forward to hearing the results as we move forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today in support of this bill. And also, I have experiences of being a survivor, and my parents both died of cancer. My dad was 56, and he had prostate cancer that went through his total body and every organ and passed away. It was my first day at university. I had to go to his funeral. So and I've never really gotten over that. I never really had a dad to talk to all my problems that I've had in my life as sincerely as I would like to. I've talked to him, I guess, after he passed away, of my problems of being 16, 17 years old, and very pleased that I've obtained the age of 56 and maybe a few more decades after that. I will. So, and my mother, well, God bless her, she died of ovarian cancer at an age of 80. So, you know, you never know what time a young person, older person, it just happens to be in the world that we live in, that cancer is a very bad disease that is somewhat being resolved now. We are finding that the amount of survivals are increasing as the years go by. But anyway, my mother brought me up, and my brother and sister, from that point on, and she went back to work. She was an RN at the VG for only a few years, and then she had our children, me and my brother, and for 20 years she did family housekeeping and keeping us fed and clothed and busy. And it was due to her insightfulness that I am here today. I have to say she helped me very much to get an education. Every day she'd say, you get out and you study, you do all this, and things will be happening for the family. So I did that, and again my brother did, and my sister, who was also an RN and a degree in nursing science, I guess, at McGill, and is still working after 46 years go as a nurse now. She was just here in Halifax at White Point celebrating 46 years of nursing. So as you have heard, some of the stories of everyone has had cancer. I'm sure there's not one in this room that doesn't know somebody that's a relative, a very good friend that has succumbed to cancer. But as I said, survival is increasing. I think over 60% of Canadians diagnosed with cancer are expected to survive for 5 years or more after a cancer diagnosis. Survival rates, of course, can be high and low depending on the type. For instance, 5-year survival rate for lung cancer is as low as 17%. 5 years survival rate for colon rectal cancer is about 64%. There's 5-year net survival for prostate cancer. 95% of breast cancer is 87%. These numbers are all over the place. I think a lot of it depends on the person that gets cancer. I think if they have a fight in them to fight it, there is more chances of survival. Some of the cancers, but not all. I guess for me, cancer is very local in my family. My wife is a survivor of 5 years of cancer, and it just so happens that next Friday she is going to have an operation for breast cancer on the lymph nodes, melanoma of the lymph nodes. Never heard of that, but even the doctor says it doesn't happen very often. Anyway, she's got a tough battle to go. She has this operation, and then it has been spotted. There's spots on 3 other organs of the body, so we'll wait and see how that goes. So I'm so happy to be up here to speak on something that's so personal, and I know it's personal for everyone that spoke, and those that haven't can certainly tell stories too. So on behalf of our government, I am supporting, and the government is supporting Bill 47. And I too would like to also thank Judy and Jim, who are up here in the East Gallery, Edgar of Coal Harbour, for seeing this important bill to get recognizing cancer. It is important that we do speak about it. We know that there's more research being done every day. There's more new drugs that help us to kill off the cancer cells. But we have a lot of young people that are recognizing that cancer can be solved if it's recognized and detected early in its course. I'm hoping that's the same with my family. And with that, I'd like to say that seeing this important Cancer Survival Day, and then I thank the members on both sides of the House for bringing this forward. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Coal Harbour Eastern Passage will be to close second reading of the Cancer Survivors Day Act Bill number 47. The honourable member for Coal Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to close debate on Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
An act to establish Cancer Survivors Day.
Order that the bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all the members who spoke today. And with the unanimous consent of the House, I'd like to ask for waiver for Law Amendments Committee and the Committee of the Whole House on Bills and move to immediately to the third reading for this bill.
Is it agreed? Yes. It is agreed. The Honourable Member for Coal Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 47 be read a third time and do pass. like to say to all of the members of the House that I will remember this day forever, because it is a day that everyone in this House put aside our differences and the colours, and we came together to support all of Nova Scotians who have had cancer, who have passed away from cancer, or who may face it down the road. I anticipate that this day will grow over the years. I hope that the Cancer Survivors Parks spring up all over the province. But I realize that this took the cooperation of every single person in this House. And I want to say that I've only been here for a little less than a year and a half, and I've gotten to know a lot of the members a little bit better. And I do believe that every single one of us ran for this office because we care about each other. We may say things in the legislature that might suggest that we don't fully respect what each other is doing or how we want to go about doing it. But I know that everyone that I've spoken to on all sides of the legislature care very much, to the point where they have put their family life and their social life and whatever free time they might have had in the past on hold to be here to represent all Nova Scotians. And today is one of those good days where we have all come together and put aside our differences. And so I want to thank all of the members of the NDP, the Liberal Party, and the PC Party for uniting on what is a very important bill. And I am so grateful to all of us for taking the time to do this now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to close debate on Bill 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 47, the Cancer Survivors Day Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried.
Bill number 47, an act to establish Cancer Survivors Day.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
You can call me Chris today. Thank you to the government for their support of that bill. It's phenomenal. Can you now, I know we're sort of way off the schedule that we had, but we're again going to go for rounds of 15 on Bill 71, which is the Pressure Sore Accountability Act.
We'll now call Bill number 71, the Pressure Sore Accountability Act. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to stand in my place and begin debate and second reading for Bill 71, Pressure Sore Accountability Act. And Mr. Speaker, most Nova Scotians want to live independently in their own homes for as long as possible. We all want to have our comfort zones, our family, and those things that we're used to having around us every day. But for some, this isn't always possible. And many people sometimes require more intensive care. For families, placing a loved one in a long-term care home is an act of love, as difficult and heart-wrenching as it can be to go through that transition. It's a place where they can get round-the-clock medical care. Nursing homes are places where people can socialize and get the support they need, whether it be physically, emotionally. Nursing homes aren't places, Mr. Speaker, that one should die. Nursing homes are places for one to live, meet people, socialize, and be taken care of. And after contributing all their lives, Nova Scotians deserve nursing homes that meet all those needs. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, for at least 2 Nova Scotians, a long-term care facility was where they got pressure sores or bed sores. And they were so severe that it killed them. And we know this to be a fact, Mr. Speaker. On June 15th, many of us had a rude awakening when we opened the Chronicle Herald and we read about the death of Chrissy Dunnington and saw that horrific photograph of the pressure sore that killed her. It is impossible to look at those pictures and not have an emotional reaction, to wonder if perhaps it would be one of your loved ones someday, or even a friend. The sore was so deep, so very deep, that her tailbone was exposed. It was visible. Thank goodness for Chrissy's brave sisters and family. They went public. They knew the story had to be told, as difficult as it was for them. And they took that step because they didn't want Chrissy to die in vain. They didn't want her death to be remembered as something that could not be corrected. Because it is happening to so many across this country. There's actually a national association for the Pressure Sore Association of Canada. And through Chrissy's family's grief and pain, they acted. They acted out of love, and I believe that we all owe them a debt of gratitude and just being thankful that they had the courage and the strength to come forward and share that story of Chrissy, who they so dearly loved. I will say that Chrissy's sister Dorothy has publicly endorsed this bill, and many of the ideas contained in this legislation come from the experience of the Dunnington family. I want to also thank Chrissy's sister Dorothy and her other sisters for meeting me personally and sharing many of their stories and thoughts. A lot of happy stories about Chrissy, but as well, their main intent of meeting me was so that we could come up with this bill. The Silversteins are another family who have gone public about their loss in order to change things for all Nova Scotians. Mr. Silverstein of Albert Bridge lost her father, 93-year-old John Ferguson, to a pressure sore. She also has been in contact with our staff and caucus and supports this bill as well, Mr. Speaker. She said that her father died because of neglect. Neglect to a sore, a bed sore that could have been and should have been treated. These stories are heartbreaking. And it's terrifying, Mr. Speaker, to know that there were 150 other families who have loved ones with stage 3 or 4 pressure sore when the government last counted in this province. That means 150 families are worried that these preventable wounds, which they absolutely are preventable, will get out of control, become infected, and take the lives of the people they love. And I think that's the key, Mr. Speaker, is that they are preventable. Wounds are a serious health care issue with profound personal, clinical, and economic implications. They can be excruciating and debilitating, and they can undermine function, mobility, and quality of life. These chronic wounds in particular present unique healing challenges to those who are in the health profession, but they are trained to look after these wounds. The treatments, medications, interventions, and dressings associated with these wounds also represent a significant financial burden to the healthcare system, and that's why we need a preventable measure that's for us to not let this get out of control, and this is exactly what this bill will do. And Mr. Speaker, again, many wounds are avoidable with the provision of better health care services and greater focus on prevention, and whether that means that there needs to be more staff hired, if it's just accountability with the fact that it has to be recorded daily so that it doesn't get to stage 3 or 4. Mr. Speaker, we have to do better for our loved ones in nursing homes. It's time for us collectively as politicians to take meaningful action to prevent these kinds of deaths. That is exactly what this bill does. It makes sure people who have bed sores get appropriate care, an air bed, and a referral to a wound specialist. It also requires the government to make the results of nursing home inspections public, to provide some openness and transparency for families. And this is exactly what many other provinces do. Looking at Ontario, they have, as a government, decided to put a web page up that contains a searchable database that provides broad results of annual inspections and the number of times an inspector finds something that has not met the requirements to prevent bed sores. So any of us could go log on and go through the database. It seems like the least any of us politicians or any government across this country could do. And in doing so, it goes in line with being most open and most transparent, to have that database, to look up and find out who has these pressure sores. I know the minister has a committee examining the issue, and I'm grateful for that. We look forward to the outcome of this examination, but it doesn't mean that we can't also take the simple steps contained in Bill 71 to ensure people in long-term care who get pressure sores don't die from them. This issue should be above politics. It's about stopping preventable deaths. It's about acknowledging the deaths of Chrissy Dunnington and John Ferguson, and the pain and the bravery of their families. People shouldn't die because of bed sores. It should not be one of the worries of families as they transition a loved one into a long-term care facility. In conclusion, I want to thank the Dunningtons and the Silversteins for supporting this bill. It truly means a lot, for them taking the time to share their heartbreaking stories with myself, staff, and the PC caucus, and perhaps other members in this legislature. But more than that, I want to thank them specifically for taking the very difficult and I'm sure very painful step in going public with their stories. I don't think these stories are far from being over. I think that we will continue to hear about them, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the government will give all consideration to this bill. And on those few notes, thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The member from Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today and I guess reluctantly speaking about pressure sores with Bill number 71. The Pressure Sore Accountability Act. I thank the member from Pictou West for bringing this topic to the floor of the legislature. And like she said earlier, the stories in the Chronicle Herald were an eye-opener to many of us and horrific. The photographs were disturbing. Just the whole situation, Mr. Speaker, is disturbing. And pressure sores happen to many people who are in wheelchairs or in bed for long periods of time, not just residents of nursing homes. And often they just start as a very tiny pinpoint. And it takes a really acute eye to detect them, and someone has to be looking for them to see them when they start. And I know many people who are healthy people working who are using wheelchairs who have developed pressure sores and have been hospitalized for long periods of time in their recovery so that they can go home. And so it is something that people should be aware of. And for my own situation, we'll be celebrating the anniversary of my mother's death on Tuesday. She died last Thanksgiving. And she was living in a long-term care facility with dementia. And my mother, on occasion, did get pressure sores. They were detected very early. Our case, fortunately, there were days that she would prefer to stay in bed because of the pressure sores so that she could be turned, and that's really important. When you have a pressure sore, you need to be turned on a regular basis. Sometimes you can't sit for long periods of time, so often, but those who are bound to their beds most of the time have an even larger challenge because they need to be turned over on a regular basis. I also had two sisters who were nurses, and they were very diligent about checking the dates on the bandages. And believe me, we had special bandages that we purchased for my mother to have their dressings and a special bandage to help with her healing. And my mother's never got out of control, fortunately, but they were still painful and they irritated her. And like you said, it affected her quality of life. She liked to be in the common room when the piano was being played and there was a sing-song, and often she would have to stay in her room because her limitations for comfort, so that she could lay in her bed and also take meals in her room because she wasn't comfortable to sit in the dining room. So pressure sores do affect the quality of life, whether you're active. My mother's was a diabetic. And so a diabetic it's more concern when you're diabetic because you don't heal. And you can imagine if your pressure sore was usually on your bottom, that's an area that needs to be cleaned regularly as well. So there's all sorts of complications that can arise from having pressure sores. So, in June, I believe it was around June 21st, the Department of Health and Wellness did put out a statement, and I will table it, not a statement, but an announcement about action that they were taking regarding pressure sores and how they were going to approach this with long-term care facilities in particular. And they made it a requirement that long-term care homes report the number of pressure sores and injuries in their facilities and the severity. That reporting identified 152 stage 3 and stage 4, and I think those are the ones that the member from Pictou West was really concerned with. Those are the ones that are serious. So they now have wound care experts identified, and early in July, they started visiting the facilities that have reported these stage 3 and stage 4 bed wounds. And any of the residents with 1 and 2 stages would be also seen by these experts. And they also, when these experts go to long-term care facilities, these experts are now required to help staff and train staff to how to identify. As I said, they start as a very tiny pinpoint, and they're very hard to detect. But when they get infected, they get seriously infected and the infection spreads quickly. So it's really important to know how to find these pressure sores. And so these experts are now out in long-term care facilities teaching the staff how to detect the start of pressure sores, but also the standards of treatment for pressure sores as well. They're getting trained on the care and the cleanliness that needs to take place with all and special wound care. So that now is available. I think it's always been available if a facility requested it from continuing care, but I think now it is just part of the protocol that these wound experts go to facilities that have identified these wounds. And also, these people are collecting data, which is shared with the Department of Health and Wellness. So management and prevention is essential, and it needs to be done in our long-term care facilities and our residential treatment homes, because we also have people in residential treatment homes, not just long-term care homes, who are bedridden and need to be turned often. They need to be checked for the beginnings of pressure wounds. Many of these people are, like my mother with dementia, couldn't articulate that she exactly where she was sore. She would be uncomfortable or she hurt. So it's really important that you would have in some of the residential facilities people who don't have communication, who are mentally challenged to the point where they can't communicate that they have a sore. So, you know, staff really need to be on the ball, and they really need to pay attention to the care of the people in our facilities here in Nova Scotia, everywhere, so to prevent. And that's really essential, preventing these pressure wounds for people who are in long-term care and residents. They have also found that supporting long-term care facilities with information and training has really increased reporting, which is good. We need to know that these wounds are happening. I know in my mother's case, we were always told when my mother had if my mother fell, I got a phone call. I know many times I was her care advocate and her power of attorney. Many times I was sitting here in the legislature and my phone would ring and I'd quickly leave the chambers to take a call, and often it was from the facility and reporting that my mom had a fall, or when she on occasion did get a pressure sore. So I think communication with families is really important. Families need to know this is happening, but there are also people who don't have families. They don't have visitors. You know, I was going in to see my mother at least once a week in her long-term care facility. There are people in units who don't have family members or an advocate present. So that's why it's really important that staff are well trained to detect that if somebody is complaining about discomfort in certain areas of their body, to really check closely. Lighting is important to be able to identify, not in a dark room where the lights are out, and but flashlights are often used by nurses to detect such the starts of pressure sores. So also I want to talk about the minister has appointed a panel that is going to report. It's not just going to be on pressure wounds, but long-term care facilities in general and the care of people. That report is to be out, I would say, the end of November, early December, to the minister, showing ways that we can improve in the long-term care. It could be ratios that, maybe there isn't time, to spend checking for wounds, and maybe that's something that needs to be part of the protocol in every facility, that there is someone on staff who on a regular basis is going around and checking the condition of people's skins. As we know, as you get older, and hopefully none of us are at that stage, but our skin breaks down anyway. So it's really important that, even in a long-term care home, taking care of the skin, preventable care, those are all things that we can be doing to make sure that people are living comfortably, because it's their home. They've left their home and they're in a long-term care home or a residential treatment facility. That is their home. And as the member from Pictou West said, people want the comforts of their home. you know, and being well looked after and kept clean, which is part of pressure care treatment and prevention, is all very important. So also, I know we all can take a part in this as well. When families have concerns, I know my office has received calls from family members who are concerned about the care of their loved one in a long-term care home. And just like it's our responsibility to report child abuse, it's our responsibility to help these people know who to contact to lodge a complaint or a concern, for, you know, call continuing care and the adult protection services through continuing care to empower families to report any concerns that they do have. I know in my mother's facility we had a family committee that used to meet once a month, and family members were welcome to attend and discuss. There was portions of the meetings with staff from the facility who came back and reported on concerns, and of course turning patients was one of them. You know, some people really felt their loved ones weren't being turned enough or up walking around enough to get circulation flowing. So those concerns were brought to these family meetings. And also there were portions of the meetings that were just the family members, so that they were free to discuss and prioritize things that they felt the long-term care facility could do to help improve the care, or maybe, you know, even provide, you know, new recreational programs and whatnot. But I really would encourage anyone who has a family member in a long-term care facility to be regularly visiting the facility, asking questions, not in an accusing tone, but in, you know, asking about the care of their loved one. In my case, I gave permission as my mother's advocate for every member of my family, my siblings, to have the authority to ask questions about my mother's health care. That doesn't always happen in families, and often you get one family member with all the knowledge and the knowing of what's happening with the care, and the others are left out in the dark, and it causes all sorts of problems. But a cooperative way of dealing with the staff makes it easier for you to ask questions, and we should all be asking questions if we have any concerns. And with that, I'll take my seat, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer I had the experience. I was going door to door in Cornwallis, and a woman at this one house came to the door, and when I explained who I was and what I was doing, she became visibly very upset. And she said to me, "I don't want to talk to anybody that has got anything to do with the government or politics." So I naturally, I said, "Okay, you know, would you mind telling me why that is?" She said, "I was a friend of Chrissy Dunnington." She said, I went to school with Chrissy Dunnington." She said, "What happened to Chrissy Dunnington should never have happened to anybody in the care of the government of Nova Scotia." So, of course, I told her, as any of us would, that I agreed with her. And I spoke with her, as the member from Pictou West has spoken about how I'd had the privilege of speaking after these terrible events with her sisters, and talking about with them about her passing, and how it had been caused from inadequately attended to bed sores, and how this, she was absolutely right, ought never to have happened. And as we spoke across the space that had kind of opened up between us originally, we began to have a very long and a constructive conversation. And out of that, I spoke with her about how the party that I belong to in the government process of the province is dedicated to making the changes that will keep what happened to Chrissy Dunnington from happening in the future. Now, by now, the Nova Scotia public, with the attention that has surrounded the death of Ms. Dunnington and the deaths of others under parallel circumstances, some of whom my colleagues have spoken about. By now, the Nova Scotia public, with all of that attention that has surrounded these cases and with the outcries that have attended them of families and advocate organizations in different parts of the province, with all of this, the public has become, if they weren't earlier through their own families or other experience, well acquainted with what a pressure ulcer or a bed sore is, namely an entirely preventable injury that is related to the inadequate positioning or frequency of repositioning the person who develops or suffers from the condition. And the people of the province by now have become well acquainted with how widespread this problem is in Nova Scotia. The reporting that the government made compulsory following the outcry about the cases of Ms. Dunnington, Mr. Ferguson and others resulted in the finding that there were 621 cases of bed sores amongst residents of long-term care facilities in the province, 152 of them in the very serious Stage 3 and Stage 4 categories, as my Liberal and Progressive Conservative colleagues have noted. But what people are less aware of, and what has not been as much a part of the public conversation, and what people need to be aware of, and which is deeply troubling and needs to be brought before us here, is that in addition to there being a clinical pathology of bed sores have an economics also. The economics of bed sores are the cutbacks in nursing home funding that have taken place over the last 4 years from the government of Nova Scotia, the extent of which is $5 million. Now, I anticipate that there would be objections to this statement, the statement that there is a political economy of bed sores, and that its name is Liberal government cutbacks. The government may be anticipated to object that the cutbacks since they came to office weren't cutbacks in staff and such, that they were rather cutbacks in programming and dietary spending, which is, I would say, unconscionable enough. But I have spoken, as members of this caucus have, and I assume that other caucuses have as well, with a number of groups of continuing care assistants in the last couple of years across the province. And out of those conversations, I challenged the government to find a single continuing care assistant in long-term care anywhere in Nova Scotia who will say anything other than that working short, that is, working without the adequate complement of CCAs that's required to care for residents as they ought to be cared for. I challenge the government to find one long-term care CCA who will say anything other than that working short is more common today than it was in the period before the government's nursing home cutbacks began. And this is a fact which has been repeatedly corroborated by different sectors of the long-term care world, by administrators, by employees' organizations, by families. That is entirely false to contend that the cutbacks to nursing homes of the past 4 years have resulted in anything other than severe staffing pressures on the floors and in the rooms of the nursing homes of Nova Scotia. And the government may be anticipated to object that the cuts in those 2 years' budgets have been ameliorated, addressed by their having been partially reinstated a year ago. The truth, though, is that $8 million was removed from the operating funds of nursing homes over a 2-year period, and then in the subsequent year, $3 million of that was reinstated. Specifically, by the way, reinstated for dietary and programming spending, which was a pretty barefaced acknowledgement that those areas had been negatively affected by the cutbacks. But this change still left a $5 million shortfall. To claim, as the government does, that this $5 million shortfall, that the $3 million being put back, that this effectively addressed any problems that came out of the nursing home cuts, would be akin to someone knocking out 8 of your teeth, paying the dental bills for 3, and then saying that we're squared up about the other 5. No, I submit that the 621 bed sores reported this summer in Nova Scotia have a political economy. They have a political economy and a context. And that political economy and context is the government of Nova Scotia's failure to increase nursing home staffing levels over the past 5 years, and the government of Nova Scotia's cutting $5 million from our province's long-term care institutions. Now, when I said to that woman on her doorstep in Cornwallis, the really grief-stricken friend of Chrissy Dunnington, that I belong to a party which is ready to address this problem so that tragedy of this sort is no longer part of our Nova Scotian landscape, I was in that conversation referring to precise proposals for improvement of the long-term care situation which our party has brought forward. I was referring to our proposal that there should be a specific guaranteed minimum level of staffing in nursing homes, and that the mix of care professionals within that staffing level should be mandated also, and that these levels of care should be placed beyond the capacity of any government to diminish them by being set in legislation. And I was referring also to our repeated proposals to the government that information about nursing home care and inspections should be available publicly, as it is in most of Canada and as is being proposed by the legislation that is before the House at this moment. I asked the government, what purpose is being served by the government's having discontinued since June the mandatory reporting of incidents of bed sores? What purpose is being served by our being one of the very few jurisdictions in Canada that do not require the reporting of bed sores to the Institute for Health Information? Why, in a province with a bed sore incidence rate as we have it of 7%, which equals 1 in every 14 residents in a nursing home in our province, why do we not even have the most rudimentary benchmarks for the addressing of the problem, unlike provinces like, say, Ontario, where their bed sore incidence rate is a mere 1/3 of ours? We need, on this subject, benchmarks. We need, on this subject, openness. And we need on this subject investment. But most of all, what we need is seriousness.
Order. The member from Halifax-Shubukto has the floor.
But most of all, what we need is seriousness of purpose and commitment. Commitment to this principle. The principle that the budget surplus of the government of Nova Scotia is not as important as the quality of the care received by the long-term care residents of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say it's an honour to rise to speak to this bill today, Mr. Speaker, but I can't say it's an honour. It's important to speak to this bill because people are suffering. People are suffering from injuries or wounds that are preventable. And it shouldn't have to come to this where we have to bring a bill in to make sure that there's accountability and monitoring of pressure sores. It would be nice to be able to stand here and say this is a bill we want to bring in, that we don't have to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that everybody wants to keep their loved ones home as long as possible. We're doing that, Mr. Speaker. Over the last number of years, we've provided funding in this legislature to make sure that people could stay at home longer. And when that happens, Mr. Speaker—
Order. The member from Northside Westmount has the floor.
When that happens, Mr. Speaker, people are sicker when they enter facilities. You know, as long as we stay at home, we hope that people are continue to be mobile. They're able to get up out of their bed every day on their own or with the assistance of others, sit in their comfortable chair, maybe go for a drive in the car, watch some TV, live a nice, comfortable life for the rest of the days that we have. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't happen with everybody. There comes a point where we're all going to end up needing more care than we can provide at home, more care than the government can fund for our loved ones to be at home. The ideal situation would be to give them 24-hour care, but we know that's not possible. It's cheaper to do it within a long-term care facility, a residential care facility, or a hospital setting. So when they enter the hospital or the long-term care setting, Mr. Speaker, we know they are sicker. They're there because they can't be looked after at home. If we look back at when nursing homes were built 20 years ago, they were built with parking lots that could house or accommodate every resident in the nursing home where they had a car they could drive there. The reason for nursing homes then was different. People wanted to live in these homes because they couldn't look after their own home, but now it's not the case. Most people live in nursing homes today because they can't be looked after at home. And they can't be looked after in a hospital, it's too expensive. So when people do end up in long-term care, they're usually not mobile anymore. So it's up to the staff and the homes themselves to provide that care and to make sure that people get the care they deserve and need to try and prevent this, we say, preventable injury. And Mr. Speaker, if you understand what a pressure sore or an ulcer is, it's usually from a person laying on a certain area or sitting in a certain area of their body for so long that the blood supply gets cut off to that area. The skin starts to die, the tissue underneath it starts to die, the skin gets thin, it peels off, we get an area that's open. So what happens then, Mr. Speaker? We need the resources, we need the tools to make sure that that area, that pressure sore, that ulcer, whatever you would like to call it, can heal. Frequent turning, changing positions, specialized mattresses. You know, Mr. Speaker, it comes right down to even dietary things. If a person's not getting the right food they need to survive and live properly and have their body, they can't heal these wounds. So when we've seen a couple of years back cutbacks in the nursing homes where we've heard stories that they were feeding individuals on $4.60 a day. Now, I can stand here, Mr. Speaker, and tell you that you can make a pile of nourishing goods and foods with that. I don't believe that. I believe the nursing homes did the best they could, but I believe that might have contributed to some of these areas and some of these sores and injuries that happened. You know, we can say add more staff. That's a great idea. That's not necessarily the only problem, the only solution. They need beds. There are specialized beds out there that distribute the pressure equally throughout the body, so that not one area gets that one particular pressure on it to cause that skin to become necrotic. We can have specialized cushions and chairs. We can use lifts. Mr. Speaker, lifts have come a long way. When I started working, lifts, they were cranked them up and you moved them over. Now they have them attached to the ceiling and throughout the whole home where you can wheel a person around, put them in the chair, take them back out of that chair. They're expensive, but if they're placed properly within an institution, a lot more can be done by a few people. And that change in position means a great big difference to someone in either developing a pressure sore or treating a pressure sore. But I do also believe, Mr. Speaker, that the number of nursing home beds that we have in our province isn't enough to make sure that this doesn't happen. When people are waiting in long-term, in acute care facilities, they're not getting the same kind of care they deserve in a long-term care facility. They don't have that time to spend with them in a long-term care facility. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we've been asking questions here in this legislature, and I've been asking them specifically about the changes that are going to happen to care in Cape Breton on the north side and in Waterford. I hear we're going to build 50 new nursing home beds. That's going to solve a lot of the problems. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that's a great thing, and it's a great thing that they're going to do that. But there are almost 50 people alone waiting in the North Side General to go into a nursing home. So we build that home. We put those people from that hospital in there. The people who are home now that the loved ones can't look after, go in and they take up those beds. But lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, those beds aren't going to be there anymore. They're gone. Those acute care beds now are not going to be there. So we're going to have people at home longer again, doing their best. But again, when they reach that facility, they're going to be sicker. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to transfer those acute care beds to another hospital. A hospital that's already full. And they say the problem is going to be we're going to build these nursing home beds. But the ones that are at the regional aren't going to be leaving because they've already been taken up by the ones that are taken from North Sydney. It's just a backup, Mr. Speaker, and that's what happens. So, you know, someone like Chrissy Dunnington, her family did what they could, as long as they could. She was loved, Mr. Speaker. She was kept at home as long as they could possibly keep her. She was the light of her family's eye, but there came a point where they just physically couldn't do it anymore. So her parents had to let her go to a nursing home. She went to a long-term care facility, Mr. Speaker, and she was cared for in that facility. But lo and behold, her family was visiting her often. They didn't recognize the situation to look for. I mean, most people are not going to take their loved one in a nursing home and turn them over and have a look at their back or their backside to see what might be there. So she develops this pressure sore. But you know, when it gets to the point where you can, and I hate to say this, either see the drainage on the beds, the dressings, or the sheets, or actually smell it, Mr. Speaker, it's gone too far. When it gets to that stage, a wound care specialist is needed. That could be a plastic surgeon. It could be a nurse that's specialized in wound care and treatment. It could be anyone that's trained to recognize and do that. But they also need specialized dressings. They need specialized equipment. Then that person needs that bed with the mattress on it or the chair with the cushion in it. And Mr. Speaker, we don't have that. So I don't know about anyone else in this legislature, but I saw the pictures of that pressure wound, that pressure sore. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know about anyone else in this room, but I was shocked to see what I saw. That it could get to that stage before it was either reported or it was started to begin treatment. And I believe everybody would have been angry to see that that got that bad, because that could have been our loved ones, Mr. Speaker. Could be any one of us in this room had that happen to them. And I know myself, I wouldn't want that to happen to a friend, a loved one, or a family. I wouldn't even want it to happen to an enemy, Mr. Speaker, because it's torture on everybody. But how bad was it for the Dunnington family, Mr. Speaker, that they decided they had to go to the media to try and get some changes to happen? So that's, Mr. Speaker, is the purpose of this bill, is that if I can, long-term care facilities put in place measures to decrease the number of patients in care who develop pressure sores. And Mr. Speaker, this is not designed to punish a nursing home, to punish the staff that are there. It's designed to maybe make it aware that this stuff happens, that people then can go out and do more inspections, do more turning of patients. Without the staff, it's tough to do, but with the proper equipment and a little bit of staff, it's easier to do. So we try and prevent that. The other thing is when it does happen, if we catch it early, it's a lot easier to treat. So we treat it before it gets to the stage where it gets stage 3, 4, gets infected, causes sepsis, and it spreads a lot quicker that way. They're required to refer a patient who's getting these sores to a wound care specialist, as we talked about. Someone who's trained in wound care to make sure that proper positioning is done, that they teach the rest of the staff or the family members that. The proper wound care is in place so that the right dressing, the right medicine on the dressing, the right depth, if a sore has to be packed, if it has to just have a bandage on it, to make sure that we can prevent that from getting further. It requires the minister to make publicly available the results of some of the inspections that go on in these nursing homes. Mr. Speaker, like I said, it's not designed to punish the nursing homes. It's designed to make sure that we have the proper things in place so that these nursing homes can do the proper inspection when a person arrives into the facility, for one thing, because they could be coming in the facility with that on them. Then the treatment can start right away and it can prevent it from getting any further on. 2, to make sure that when they do have that, they get the care that's needed and are designed to make sure it doesn't get to that stage. And you know, Mr. Speaker, well, I hear about this minister's panel that we're talking about, and you know what? It's a great idea that we sit down and talk about it. Will the minister, when this panel has its results come in, be bound to accept those results? like they did with the education report that they brought in and they took it right away. And Mr. Speaker, this is as important to the people and their families as some of these other reports that have come in and have been accepted without any real discussion, and without any real complaints or worries about it. But not in there is there a recommendation for this panel to study if there are enough nursing home beds in this province to make sure that our loved ones do get the care they get. But Mr. Speaker, Christy Dunnington, as we talked about, she was a young lady. Her skin should have been able to handle a lot more than someone like John Ferguson, who was not young. His skin was probably thinner, so every movement then has a possibility of tearing that skin or putting pressure on it. He was 93 years old, Mr. Speaker. He was a vulnerable one. So we would expect that he would get a different kind of care than Christy Dunnington would have got when she entered the facility. But the results of those two individuals were the same, Mr. Speaker. Because the difference in their age, they had different issues, but the results were the same. They were both in a long-term care facility, Mr. Speaker. They had families who loved them. They had families who cared for them. They had families who looked after them, but they still developed these pressure ulcers. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? No one should have to go through that. No family should have to watch a loved one die because of a preventable, treatable injury. So this bill acknowledges, Mr. Speaker, that we can do better. We can take relatively small actions and make big impacts on the lives of people and their loved ones. And, you know, people living in nursing homes, they would like to see that we're doing this as well, so that they know when they go in there, if they have the ability, they'll know that we're looking out for their welfare. The families would be more comfortable. Mr. Speaker, last weekend on a CBC radio show, as I mentioned here in question period yesterday, White Coat Black Art examined the long-term care facilities in Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, one seniors advocate noted that Ontario has the most robust rules and open system in the country, and there are still some issues around long-term care. This person noted that Nova Scotia's long-term care system is not open and is not transparent. That is the idea of the bill, Mr. Speaker, to make long-term care facilities more open, more transparent, so people going into these facilities will know what they're going into. They will know that what they're going to get if they have an issue. They will know the type of care that they can get if a problem does develop. And we can put all the things in the world in place. Sometimes things do happen that we cannot prevent. But being able to recognize that this is what's going on, this is what we need to do to treat these issues, these injuries, and making sure that's in place in these facilities that need them. This is the idea of this bill. As I said before, not to punish any individuals, not to punish any long-term care facilities, to make sure that we have the proper care in place, the proper number of beds, the proper equipment, the proper staffing, to make sure that we can prevent this. But if for some reason it's not preventable and something happens, to make sure that we can treat this. Because, Mr. Speaker, an injury like this, if it does happen and is treated early, can be healed. And if it's treated early enough, a person can go back and live a fairly normal life. And knowing that we have to change and move them around, that equipment in place would make the biggest difference. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my place.
The Honourable Government Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That concludes opposition business for today. Again, thank the government members for their support of the bill 47. On that, it's something we don't see very often in this House, but I do want to thank the government for that support. So with that, I will call on the Deputy Government House Leader to call business for tomorrow.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now do rise to meet again tomorrow, Thursday, October 4th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Following daily routine and question period, business will include second reading of Bill number 79 and Bill number 80. As well, the Committee of Whole shall meet to consider Bills number 49, 51, 55, 58, 63, and 67.
The motion is for the House to adjourn to rise again tomorrow, Thursday, October 4th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned, or we've now reached the moment of interruption, pardon me. The topic for late debate as submitted by the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham is therefore be it resolved that the Liberal government is failing to address that 43% of tenants in Nova Scotia cannot afford their rent. The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to a crisis in housing affordability that so many Nova Scotians are experiencing in their daily lives. 53,000 Nova Scotians report spending more on their rent than they can afford. This is 43% of all renters in the province. According to the Canadian Rental Housing Index, in Nova Scotia, about 43% of renters are paying more than 30% of their income on housing. And a disturbing 19.3% are paying more than 50% of their income on housing. This is the highest rate in Atlantic Canada. In our housing market, we have an incredibly small social housing component, less than 5%. And as a result, this gives a disproportionate and unhealthy amount of power to private landlords, and it also gives us very few alternatives for people who are really struggling to find a decent place to live. This situation contributes to poor quality housing in Nova Scotia. If a landlord can rent to people who are essentially desperate for any place that they can afford, there's very little incentive to maintain the housing stock in good quality. According to a survey of low-income Nova Scotians conducted by Acorn in 2016, almost 90% of respondents had property standards violations in their apartments. More than half had trouble getting repairs done in their buildings, and over 60% had experienced bed bugs in the previous 2 years. Those statistics represent hundreds of stories of Nova Scotians struggling to get by, struggling to participate in the economy, and struggling with unhealthy and undignified living conditions. In particular, the following groups in our population are more likely to be facing housing affordability challenges. Housing led by an Aboriginal person, a recent immigrant, a youth, a senior, a person with a disability, one parent, and one-person households. Unaffordable housing and low-quality housing also has economic costs, contributing to depressed consumer demand, low labour market participation rates, and increased costs for government services. We need an ambitious plan to address housing affordability, including through reinvestment in new social market housing stock. We need investment that will right these wrongs and will pay off for Nova Scotians. In May 2013, the NDP introduced Nova Scotia's first affordable housing strategy. The focus of the strategy was to invest $500 million over the following 10 years to support the development of affordable housing and affordable home ownership, with a focus on diverse communities with different housing and tenure types, income levels, and family composition. Unfortunately, that plan has not been followed up. The Liberals have significantly underspent the plan that the NDP had in place. And in fact, last year, the province only created 123 new units. It's a drop in the bucket of the need. As Deputy Mayor of Halifax, Wayne Mason, said, it's not enough to address the increased demand. Over and over again, the Liberal government has signalled its plan to address our affordable housing needs is to invest, which isn't really investment, but to spend on rent supplements, primarily to for-profit landlords. To quote the minister's message in this year's business plan for Housing Nova Scotia, the plan is based on an emphasis on making more rent supplements available for affordable rental housing in the private market. The problem Well, there's a number of problems with this strategy, but including that we are currently in a tight rental market. And when we have a tight rental market, rent supplements are not attractive to landlords. It involves additional red tape. There's a longer wait to get a tenant into a place. If you've got folks lining up for a place that they can afford to rent, then landlords will never choose to go through the rigmarole with Housing Nova Scotia to rent through a rent supplement. And increasingly, that is what I'm hearing from frontline workers, that even with a rent supplement, they cannot find units for people who are looking for a home. Federal funding for rent supplements is subject to negotiation. It can decrease or be cancelled. What will the province do then? Spend more to make up for the reductions in federal funding, or reduce the amount of supplements? When you reduce an amount of supplement, you're actually facing possibly kicking somebody out of their home. Once you assign a rent supplement to someone, it's kind of there in perpetuity unless their fortunes suddenly increase. Rent supplements are not investments. They don't add up to new units for our future. They are transfers from the public sector to the private sector, and they have to happen year after year. The government seems to think that only private for-profit developers can build housing. But that's not true, and the evidence is abundant, particularly in my community, but also in many, many communities across Nova Scotia. Much of the best housing all over the world, in fact, has been based on public and community involvement and community-driven nonprofit projects. I just look at the Hydrostone neighborhood, which is one of the most coveted neighborhoods in the country. It gets design awards. It was built with public dollars, with a major thrust of energy and vision and investment immediately after the Halifax explosion. Or further north in Halifax, Needham, I can look at all the smaller story and a half and 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom houses that were built after the war. I met recently with the board of that Needham Housing Co-op. They have 23 units. They recently rented one of their 4-bedrooms for $1,100. They are engaged in recapitalizing their units, putting in new bathrooms, new bedrooms, new bathrooms, new kitchens, and fixing roofs where they need to. They would love to invest with some public investment. They would love to invest in some additional units, particularly targeting residents in their co-ops that are currently in 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, but maybe because their families have aged, only need a 1-bedroom. But you can't rent a 1-bedroom in Halifax, Needham for the cost that they are spending now on a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom. We need more small units. And those are the sorts of initiatives that not only build housing, they also build social fabric. They build community. When I look around my own neighborhood, the whole street I live on was built through a builders co-op organized by the parish priest back in the 1960s. I still have some residents who have some neighbors who remember building their own homes. These are the sorts of investments that we can and we need to revive and reinvest in. They create a legacy of good homes for Nova Scotian, and they also create a legacy of diverse communities where people with a mix of incomes and a mix of experiences can actually contribute to their communities by living and working in the place that they choose to call home. So I look forward to this government deciding to take some leadership in a new way and actually get building affordable housing in Nova Scotia again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in my place to speak about the measures this government and past governments have taken to make housing more affordable for all Nova Scotians. And I do want to, before I get into some of this, I do want to say that Halifax has changed quite a bit just over the last 20 to 30 years that I remember. The member from Needham speaks of the beautiful, vibrant community that she lives in. And I remember when I was in high school going to St. Pat's at the time, most of the homes in the North End at that time was affordable housing. So it's shifted quite a bit with people willing to pay more for their homes, and it's pushed out the people that have been in those communities for a long time, people have raised families in that community for a long time. And that's an issue not just in the North End, but we're starting to see that in my community, the community that I grew up in Spryfield, where we're starting to see these big homes being built and a lot of these affordable housing, the rent going up and the mortgages on these homes going from, I mean, I've talked to friends that grew up in the North End, and they who are my age saying when their parents were young, a house in the Hydrostone was $80,000, $50,000. I mean, you couldn't get a house in the Hydrostone for $350,000 probably now. So the price has gone through the roof in these communities, and it has pushed out people that have called these communities homes and not been able to, and are not able to afford them anymore. That's why, looking at my community, I'm very proud of Habitat for Humanity. Realizing the need for housing, not just in quote-unquote what people like to think of as low-income neighborhoods and communities, but creating mixed housing and housing throughout HRM, and particularly they're building a very big housing sector in Spryfield area by some of the new buildings in Governor's Brook, which is a more of a $350,000, $400,000, $1,000 range for these homes. And they're building affordable housings in and around them, and they're building them on transit routes. They're building them on next to the high school, close to an elementary and junior high. And when they're planning out these affordable housing units, they're looking at the community as a whole and realizing that some of the barriers low-income people face, in particular with transportation and things like that. So, you know, for me, I wanted to take a moment and give a big shout out to Habitat for Humanity for working with the government and working with the private sector. They've built a few homes in our community, but nothing as ambitious as this community that they're about to build. I think, in fact, it's probably their largest community they've built anywhere in Canada, so very proud of that. That will definitely have an impact on the conversation that I've had with the people at Habitat for Humanity is, you know, this will have an impact on some of the people that are living in this community and other communities that are renting apartments that are potentially affordable or are affordable, and they will hopefully be moving into some of these homes, which will open up some of the stock here in HRM, because we all know it is very difficult. We've all been there, tried to rent an apartment in and around HRM, especially around the downtown core. It is extremely expensive. You know, I know that the member talked about rent subsidies, and I've had the privilege to go into housing a few times and speak to some of the individuals that work in housing. I can tell you that their hearts are in the right place. They think about this every single day. You know, some of the members that some of the individuals in that department that I've talked to have said, like, their dreams are filled with housing. That's how much they're engrossed in the situation. And one of the individuals that they've brought in for expertise and somebody I'm actually pretty personally connected to, as he's my brother-in-law's father, is Jim Graham from APONS, I think it is, AHANS, sorry. And so when I speak to about affordable housing, Jim is probably one of the most foremost experts in all of Nova Scotia, if not in Canada, on affordable housing. Jim has traveled all around the world, including places like South Africa, to try to change and diversify their affordable housing. And so some of the suggestions that have come out and some of the recommendations that are being followed through with consultation from AHANS and ACORN and different organizations is subsidies, rent subsidies. That was one of the things that they said that was needed, because rent subsidies isn't just about a roof over your head, it's also about a choice, and it's giving individuals a chance to live somewhere that they want to live. So I use the North End as an example. Someone who normally would not be able to afford an apartment in the North End, or in some of the newer areas of Spryfield that is being built, or Dartmouth or Truro or anywhere, with a rent subsidy would be able to stay in the community of their choice. A lot of times they're choosing these communities because this is where they work, this is where their friends are, and this is where their family is. I'm not saying that a rent subsidy is the magic bullet. It's this that's going to cure all, but it's part of the solution. And that's one of the things that, speaking to people on the ground and working with the Minister of Community Services and individuals within housing, they understand that this is a multi-pronged approach to housing. Rent subsidies is not going to work for everybody. So we have to incorporate other methods, and some of that is co-ops. When I think of co-ops, I always think of the expression, everything that's old is new again, because I think even like 10 years ago in housing, or 15 years ago in housing, especially in HRM, the big thing was co-ops. But we're starting to move back to that and sustainable co-ops where people have a buy-in to where they live. And I know that AHANS is working hard, hand in hand with with Housing Nova Scotia to incorporate some co-ops, and some of it in the Dartmouth area. I know for sure that they're working on something there, but they use an example in Ottawa. I think it's the city centre development up there, where they've seen great success when working with co-ops. So so when I talk about a multi-pronged approach, it's not just government that needs to be engaged here. It has to be government, private sector, public sector. Everybody has to be involved here. All the stakeholders have to be engaged. The people that are living in the homes, the most importantly, the people that are living there, the people that are searching for affordable housing, these are the people that we need to listen to. These are the people that we are listening to, and these are the reasons why, you know, we came into government with 1,700 rent subsidies. We now just introduced another 1,500 rent subsidies, almost doubling the amount. We heard this from people living in affordable housing. Included in the rent subsidies was a program where it's a floating rent subsidy that's not just associated with the apartment, because this is what we see a lot with rent subsidies, is that it's attached to an apartment. So it could be the member from Lunenburg or the member from Cole Harbour, that it doesn't matter, whoever lives in that apartment gets that rent subsidy, but it doesn't move with them. So what we've seen in other jurisdictions, and working with stakeholders with extensive consultation, I can tell you that I've attended at least half a dozen meetings where affordable housing stakeholders have been consulted, and that's only a small percentage of the individuals that have been consulted. And some of the things they said was they wanted the rent subsidies attached to the individual, not the apartment. There is a long way to go. There is a long way to go. Nobody's saying that the current state of public housing is perfect. I look at my community and Greystone, for example, but I can tell you that there has been massive investments in the public sector or in the public housing. One of the issues that we've seen is government after government, and everybody's guilty of it, was deferred maintenance on these homes. So we're seeing people living in public housing where the roof is leaking, where the windows don't shut, where there's they're infested with rodents. And so I've seen on the ground in my community massive investments in the public housing sector, in the Greystone in particular, in the seniors' homes, to try to address some of these issues. This is a I'll go back to saying it, and I hate repeating expressions over and over, but it is a multi-pronged approach. This is about setting up and ensuring that government is there to support people for their first-time down payment. That's a massive program to allow people that normally would not be able to afford a mortgage to get into a home. It's about rent subsidies, and the member is right. It's about creating more affordable housing, and most importantly, taking care of the individuals that live in those houses now, giving them a voice and giving them the respect they deserve, so that when they go to bed at night, there's a roof over their head and they feel safe and secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a good day where the House is all cooperating with each other, so I want to continue on in that vein. I do want to thank the member from Halifax Needham and the NDP party because they are always bringing this issue to the attention of the legislature. But for those who aren't aware, I know we all are, but for those who aren't, our provincial budget is a little over $11 billion, and community services takes up almost $1 billion of that. That's a huge budget, and it has to be spread around so that all of the community services are supported. When you look at the recent Ombudsman report, because it's an independent third party outside of political pressure, they report on how many people call to complain about the services of various government departments. And I notice for this 2017 and 18, the Department of Community Services receives more complaints than any other government department. The one next to that is the Department of Justice, and then the Department of Health, which is odd because when you think of how many issues we raise in this House about the Department of Health, you would think that more people would be calling the Ombudsman than are. But they're not. They're calling about community services. And in particular, two things that they call most about. Number one is child, youth, and family services. And of course, housing goes into that. Because if children are not living in affordable housing, then there can be issues that are raised. We also have employment support and income assistance complaints, which is greater than those received by the Department of Health. And given the number of complaints we listen to in the House about Department of Health, that's a lot of people calling to complain about income assistance, and if you don't have enough money, it's very difficult to find affordable housing. The Housing Nova Scotia complaints were 41 in 2015-16, 42 2016 and 17, and 41 in 2017 and 18. So while I'm aware that the government has brought out more affordable housing opportunities, and they've announced in the past that they were going to invest $18 million to create 1,500 new affordable housing opportunities, the number of complaints has not gone down. And by comparison, the number of complaints to the Nova Scotia Nova Scotia Health Authority was 39. That's all of the Nova Scotia Health Authority, which is every single Nova Scotian. Housing Nova Scotia had 41 complaints. Complaints about continuing care were 29. Complaints about Housing Nova Scotia is 41. Pharmacare, there were only 3 complaints, and we all know that Nova Scotians are struggling with pharmacare. So I want to drive home the point that 41 complaints to the Ombudsman is a serious situation, and it has not improved over the last 2 years, and I don't know how far back. So, the NDP have raised the issue that there is not enough affordable housing. There are too many people who are homeless. There are women in Cape Breton who, if they aren't being abused, have nowhere to go. We have no affordable housing, certainly homeless shelters for youth on the Dartmouth side of the harbour, something I know that there are many who are passionate about. So then the question is, how have we gotten here, and what's the oversight been? So I'm a huge policy and procedure kind of person. So when you Google the Auditor General's reports and what he has investigated and reported on, which they then talk about at public accounts. In 2003, the Auditor General did a report on housing services. In 2007, the Auditor General did a report on regional housing authorities. And since then, there was one on rent supplement housing in 2010, and then nothing. So, the Auditor General is not looking to see how we're spending the money, and this would have covered over 3 different governments. So then we have to ask, how do we know if the money is being spent wisely? Well, we don't know. The number of complaints that I get as the critic for community services suggests that we're not where we need to be. And I do thank the member from Halifax Atlantic for talking about the non-government ways that we can increase our housing. And of course, you know, the community being involved in that is critical, and we need that because government doesn't solve all problems. I do know that there's a builder in my community, Fred Southern, who I happened to run into one day at City Council because he was looking for a variance in order to build a sixplex instead of a triplex instead of a duplex. And he had to go to committee of municipality just to get permission to change one little housing structure. And we've had conversations since then on how difficult it is to build in this municipality low-income housing. And I said, I didn't even know Fred at the time, but I felt compelled to stand up and say, I worked with elderly my whole life, and I know that when they are in housing that does not support their needs for mobility, they moved into long-term care. The more we have affordable housing for those of all ages, the more people we can get out of the hospital, back into their home, and keep them out of long-term care for longer. So this isn't just a community services issue, this is a healthcare issue. Because as I mentioned earlier, I have a constituent who's sitting at the rehab center and can't go home because she doesn't have a wheelchair because the wait time for the wheelchair is over a year. So when we look at the Auditor General's reports, there haven't been any. So then the other group that get to oversee what community services and other government agencies are doing is the agencies, boards, and commissions. So as many of the members know who've been on the Community Services Committee, at our meeting a short time ago, we were appointing people to various agencies. And that's the first time I got to find out that all of the housing boards that are under the responsibility of the community services were vacant. All of them, except for one person. So we don't have anybody on those boards to oversee what community services is doing. So we're missing a voice, Mr. Speaker, and when you look on the advertisements for agencies, boards, and commissions, 12 of the 14 boards for community services have vacancies. I think 10, give or take, are looking for chairman and vice chairman. So I'll put to you, Mr. Speaker, I've been on a lot of boards and committees. If you don't have a chairman and a vice president on a board, you don't have a board. So we're missing some voices. So although the NDP and the PC parties can raise that voice, we're missing the public voice. And so I'm calling on the Department of Community Services to try to fill those positions on those boards. And trust me, I know it's not easy. You can advertise, but there are people out there I know who would want to be on there. We may need to go beyond applying online for those who don't have access to internet, especially those in rural areas. People don't have computers, people who might not read the newspaper. I think we can do a better job reaching out to those people, because I can tell you there's probably about 20 constituents of mine who've called me about community services issues who'd be happy to serve on those boards. The other thing I'd like to call on is for the Auditor General to be asked to do reports on all areas of community services, on housing, on child, youth, and family services, on the disability support program, and especially on the employment support and income assistance. So I'm calling on the Minister to call for the Auditor General to do those reports, because healthcare is directly related to your social situation, and that is directly related to where you live. And the number of people who've called my office with nowhere to go, and I've had to drive them to homeless shelters, drives home the point that if you don't have a safe place to live, your health is going to suffer, your physical health, your mental health, and your social health. So I applaud the members from the NDP, from Halifax Edom, for bringing this forward, and I thank the member from across the aisle for bringing his points up, and I look forward to further comments in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The House now stands adjourned.